Good morning, 5 o'clock now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We have some storms moving into the area later today. Stick around after the news. Stefano's got the latest for you there. New numbers for the ICE traffic stops conducted in South Nashville. ICE is now saying that out of 400 traffic stops, it has detained 94 people. And as we reported yesterday, at least one of them is a member of the Tren de Aragua gang, and one is a convicted child sex predator from Mexico who had been deported 2 times earlier. Meantime, some Metro Council members are crying foul over a phone call made from Homeland Security to Metro Police before those traffic stops began.
Hi, this is Inspector Sanders. I work for Homeland Security. The reason why I'm calling, I was hoping to set up extra patrols at an address off of Brick Church Park. It's our Immigrations and Customs Enforcement facility.
Now, that inspector saying he expected there could be protests over the possible detainments. Now, that request is routine, according to Metro Legal Director Wally Dietz. The council members apparently want the city to notify residents of security operations that they're aware of in advance. An Austin Peay State University football player was killed Tuesday night after an alleged drunk driver operating a tractor trailer ran into his car and several others. His father says 22-year-old William Hardrick's car flipped several times.
He says, why? Why William? William was the kid that, did everything right, stayed out of trouble, and stayed in school and went through all those obstacles.
The crash on I-65 near Huntsville, Alabama, involved 8 cars. Britain is reportedly set to sign a trade deal with the U.S., the first country to do so. The New York Times reporting that there will be a briefing with President Trump taking place today. 2 weeks ago, J.D. Vance, vice president, said that the U.K. has a good chance of securing a trade deal with the U.S. Market numbers now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Stocks making some modest gains after the Federal Reserve announced a decision to leave its benchmark interest rates alone, and that was expected. The Dow added 284 points, the S&P gained 24, and the Nasdaq rose 48 points. Investors are also digesting some possible movement on a trade deal between the U.S. and China. That announcement for high-level talks between U.S. and Chinese officials this weekend in Switzerland helped raise optimism. Shareholders have filed a proposed class action lawsuit against United Health Group. They accuse the insurer of concealing how backlash from the shooting death of a top executive would damage its business. Missouri, poised to become the first state to repeal a common tax on profits from stocks and real estate sales. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Well, stock futures this morning running higher on the news of that announcement from President Trump expected today. Dow futures are up 363, NASDAQ futures plus 296, S&P futures are up 62 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Not seeing any delays so far on the major roadways heading into Nashville. However, there is a report from Stefano DiPietro that there may be some extra fog this morning, especially to the west of the city. Careful out there. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.506 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, we see black smoke. Joan, black smoke.
Means there's
No Pope chosen as of yet. Okay.
Right. So they only voted once so far, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're waiting for the white smoke, correct?
That's what we're, I guess, waiting for.
White smoke means they've chosen a pope.
Correct.
Right.
Are you on the edge of your seat?
No.
Okay.
No. Although I did, as I mentioned, I saw Conclave. Great movie. So now I do have more of a passing interest in all of this because there is a lot of cardinal drama that goes on with these kinds of things, including a lot of backbiting, if you believe what was portrayed in Conclave. Don't care. Here's the thing. I mean, we'll keep track of the story, but that's not where I want to go today. Joan?
Yes.
At 5:35.
Yeah.
My absolute favorite story of the day.
Yeah.
It is taking everything in my power not to do this story right now, but I want to save it for 5:35.
Yeah.
It is so delicious, and I never use that word. It is so delicious and so great of a story that I cannot wait to share it with folks at 5:35. So that is coming up here on Nashville's Morning News. Did you hear Afton Bain yesterday on the Chad Benson show?
You know, I listened to Chad just before she came on, and then I couldn't go back to the radio, and so no, I didn't hear it.
Well, lucky for you, Joan.
Yeah, because you're gonna play it for us.
I'm gonna play some of it right now. So Afton
good.
Bain, right? She's state representative, right?
Yeah.
So I actually accidentally just one time, made her a Metro Council member, I think earlier this week. She's a state rep. But anyway, she was on with Chad yesterday. She's very progressive. But Chad wanted, and, I applaud Chad for this.
Yes.
Chad wanted to get her side on, and he did. And he spent about, 20 minutes with her. She was on the phone, and we've got a few cuts. I want to play them for you. And I want to say right off the bat, I don't believe that Afton Bain is a bad person. I think she's incredibly misguided. And so clearly there is a lot of disagreement here between, Chad and Afton Bain, but also me and Afton Bain. And you will hear as I play the audio.
I think the biggest thing here is that the Tennessee Highway Patrol does not have a formal agreement with ICE. And this is a huge problem. And it's a big problem for, I think, your folks in particular, because it represents a significant expansion of state power without clear legal authority. And so if the Highway Patrol is able to conduct these enforcement and do the dirty work of the federal government, what is to stop them from expanding their authority further and coming after the rest of us?
All right. So once again, a couple of things. She's talking about something called the 287G agreement. And this is a formal agreement between ICE and local law enforcement. So from what she said, there is no 287G agreement, but the Tennessee state legislature and the governor have all said that as a state, we need to cooperate with immigration enforcement. But that's number one. Number two is that this very tired line of, they're going to come after all of us. They're not going to come after me, Afton. Only thing they got on me is I don't have my real ID, but I'm a legal citizen. I'm not a child predator. I'm not a drug dealer. I'm not a gang member. So stop with the hysteria of, they're going to come after the rest of us. If that was a big concern of Afton Bain and these people on the left, well, then they wouldn't be coming out of their homes, right? Think about this, because I played the audio last couple of days. where this familiar narrative, they're going to come after the rest of us, then why are you leaving your home? Why are you not locking yourself inside of your home if that's how you really feel? They are fear-mongering is what they're doing. As far as the 287G goes, the THP, she says the THP should not be involved with ICE enforcement absent of this 287G. This is exactly what she said.
And what they were doing is that we've heard some anecdotes of, asking people where your license is, show me your tattoos, are you here illegally? So that the anecdotes on the ground are not in alignment with the scope of their jurisdiction at this moment in time.
All right, so you heard what she said. She claims word on the street is that anecdotally, you got people that are saying that the Tennessee Highway Patrol was asking all of these questions of the folks in the cars, the illegal aliens in the cars. Well, remember Channel 4 had some audio of these stops, and this is how it sounded, because clearly what Channel 4 says is that Tennessee Highway Patrol pulled them over, and they spoke a little bit about the traffic violation, but then it was ICE and immigration authorities that actually had the longer conversations about whether or not they're in our country illegally or legally, where's your documents, and so forth.
It has all the signs of a normal traffic stop.
The reason I was stopping you is for speeding. Okay?
Only this one wasn't.
So I'm an officer with Immigration and Customs Enforcement.
While this driver was pulled over for his speed by the trooper, he only talked to the trooper about that for 48 seconds. Another 7 minutes of questioning surrounded his immigration status.
So where were you born? How long have you lived in the U.S.? You have papers to be here?
So you heard that, right? The Tennessee Highway Patrol does the stop, then immigration enforcement takes over. But it is true. You have all of these coincidental stops, right? You have, how many did you report this morning? Was it
400.
Joan?
400 stops.
400 traffic violations in this area.
No,
Okay.
no, 400 traffic stops.
Yes.
94 people detained.
Got it. All right. So a bunch of stops in this area. Gang activity, illegal immigrants, and all these other things are happening in Antioch, and I think what it was at Paragon Mills and kind of this area. So they know what's going on. The police know what's going on in this area. So does ICE. But, if you're saying, well, yeah, but do you really believe that there were 400 people that had, deserved to be pulled over in this amount of time? Whatever. I mean, here's my thing. There's a lot of conversations about due process, and we're going to get into this. There's a lot of conversations about due process, but as I've been saying for the last many days, they completely ignored any process, any due process coming into our country, the processes that we have in place. So I'm not real worked up over a supposed lack of due process. But more than that, she does, again, take this quantum leap that somehow this is going to lead to the rest of us being snatched up and kidnapped and disappeared, which, again, is just silly. But, with all of this going on, I thought it was interesting that as opposed to the issue of illegal immigration and criminals on our streets, Afton Bain is worried about process when all of these folks broke our immigration laws. And it's like she's worried about, and all the left are, they're worried about process when these folks were asked for their paperwork with proof that they're here legally. And so one way or another, they didn't have their paperwork. And so, number one, they will be deported. We have, again, found criminals, convicted criminals. And by the way, Afton Bain does not believe that there were actually convicted criminals that were captured. And so that was part of the conversation yesterday. It does seem to me with folks on the left, including Afton Bain, that there is this selective outrage. They're outraged over a lack of process in deporting these folks, but they were absolutely silent when Joe Biden, her party, Joe Biden, had 20 million, depending on who you believe, 15 to 20 million illegal aliens coming into our country. So, again, the selective outrage to me is quite telling Again, she goes down the road of due process for the illegal aliens.
Apparatus, and I've seen a lot of comments on, local news media hits as to well, they're not owed their due process because they're undocumented. But that's not true. That is not how this country operates, and that is not what is in our Constitution.
Well, it does seem like there's a lot of debate over this. We're going to talk about that straight ahead. It is 5:15. Time to check the roads on WTN.
Really no big deal this morning on your drive in. Things look pretty good. However, just keep in mind that there may be some fog this morning. Stefano DiPietro telling us that most of the fog is to the west of the city. Careful out there on the roads. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Very good. As far as your weather, a high of 76. We've got thunderstorms as well. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. 62 degrees. So, are illegal aliens who are here, obviously, illegal, are they entitled to due process? Now, remember yesterday, they were trying to hash all of this out on MSNBC and Morning Joe. I played the audio for you. I'm going to play it again. An expert in immigration law, a guy named Danny Servalos, says they are not entitled to due process if they don't have documentation. Again, this was on MSNBC.
Federal law allows for even broader and speedy removal than has been used in the past. And expedited removal, as you talked about, allows for summary removal. That means no entitlement even to a hearing, possibly within 24 hours. It hasn't been used as broadly as, say, the Trump administration might want to use it. But under the statute, it is permissible to remove aliens who arrive at the border and even those who have been here for 2 years, although that 2-year provision you talked about is the lesser used in practice. But just because it isn't used very often doesn't mean it's not a part of federal law that can be used. And it will be used because it's permitted under federal law. The Congress, in its infinite wisdom, decided that aliens who arrive at the border, and they define people who arrive at the border as people who have even been here 2 years, if they have fraudulent documents, if they don't have sufficient documents, they can be removed in an expedited fashion unless they seek asylum. So you don't run into those due process concerns, at least presumably because that statute, as it exists today, is still valid.
So there you go. I mean, it seems simple to me. The lawyers are going to have to hash all this out. Remember, Obama used this same exact process. So it does seem to me like Trump is using, perhaps expanding this expedited removal that allows certain illegal aliens to be deported without a hearing. So Afton Bain, State Rep Afton Bain on Chad Benson's show yesterday, continuously screaming about due process. The lawyers are going to have to work all of this out. But she also doesn't believe that the authorities here in the state of Tennessee, the Tennessee Highway Patrol working with ICE and immigration enforcement at the federal level, she doesn't believe that the authorities have actually arrested criminals. Listen to what she said.
Diverting state law enforcement and local law enforcement resources away from real public safety threats, of which we can all get behind, right? Like violent crime, drug trafficking, human trafficking. And I just want to reiterate.
What the funny thing is about that soundbite? She said real crimes like, drug trafficking and human trafficking and these kinds of things.
Because crossing the border illegally is not illegal.
Well, that's right, Joan. That's number one. But number two, they have arrested some of these illegal aliens for exactly that. Child sex predator, drug dealers, Tren de Aragua gang member, and somebody convicted of assault. So when she said that, I'm screaming at the radio. Are you kidding?
Diverting state law enforcement and local law enforcement resources away from real public safety threats, of which we can all get behind, right? Like violent crime, drug trafficking, human trafficking. And I just want to reiterate that DHS, the statement that came out that said that they had, I guess, captured someone from this Venezuelan gang, et cetera, that has not been corroborated by any local reporter or national reporter.
So a couple of things. We might, of course, debate, as the media does, about whether or not this guy was actually Tren de Aragua, because we know that that's going to be always a debate. But, some of this other stuff, look, if there were convictions, then bring them on, because now there's obviously a record. If some of these folks have been deported and then they've come back into our country, there is obviously a record of that as well. And so for me, it seems like she's obfuscating who these people are. And I love that she also said this. Listen to this.
So we have no idea who these people are. We're trying to get more information from them. That it is a really clandestine activity.
Did you hear what she just said?
Clandestine.
Let me play this one more time.
So we have no idea who these people are. We're trying to get more information from them.
So we don't know who these people are. So can I just ask Afton Bain, where the hell were you when we had 15 to 20 million people? We didn't know who they were coming into our country during the Joe Biden years. Where were you when conservatives and most of the American people were saying, we don't know who these people are? But now she has the absolute gall to say,
so we have no idea who these people are. We're trying to get more information from them.
Lord.
That it is a really clandestine activity.
It's clandestine. That's what it is. It's clandestine. Even though we did it all on the streets, we worked with local authorities, ICE worked with local authorities, and so forth. So, again, and I've said this many times, you are, in my opinion, defined by what you're outraged over. So, Afton Bain, you're not outraged, and you were not outraged by millions of people coming in, and you didn't know who they were, but you are outraged over a few dozen being deported, and we don't yet know who they are. I mean, do you folks see the hypocrisy? Do you see the lack of rational thought? And again, I'm not attacking her personally. I'm just telling you that this is the bass-ackwards thinking of people on the left. She also complained about the fact that there has not been any transparency with the Tennessee Highway Patrol.
That is a problem for Tennesseans. That is a problem for taxpayers. That is a problem for me as a watchdog for government accountability and transparency. That is sketchy.
Okay. So, the self-importance as a watchdog for government accountability and transparency. You know, this is getting better by the second. So, again, as a watchdog for government accountability and transparency, where was your side when Biden and Kamala Harris and all of these people on the left were saying the border was secure? Where was Afton Bain, government watchdog, to call them out as liars when we all knew that they were lying? Where was Nashville's watchdog for government accountability and transparency when your side was saying that the Border Patrol whipped Haitians when they didn't? They were lying about that. Where was our watchdog for government accountability and transparency? Where were you when the Democrats were simply calling Democrats in Congress and in the Senate? Where was Afton Bain, the watchdog for government accountability and transparency, when your side, the Democrats, were simply calling a gang member, a wife beater, and a human trafficker as a Maryland man? Where was she? I mean, the self-importance as a watchdog for government accountability and transparency. Okay. That importance clearly was not earned in her mind. Last 4 years, she has absolutely no credibility, and I've said this about all the Democrats. I've got a couple of more sound bites. Should I continue this during the 5:35? I've got a couple more.
I think it's. Did you use the word delicious?
Yeah, but that's not for this story.
Oh, I think
that's for another story.
This one gets our blood boiling early in the morning.
Okay, very good. Then I've got two more where she talks about the oligarchy. So we've got a lot going on.
Oh, goodness.
Mm-hmm. So it is 5:24, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. We did do traffic, right? Okay, we did do traffic.
Yeah.
Joan, what's coming up at 5:30 on Super Talk?
So the big question is, what's up with these storms that are coming today? Stefano's got the forecast for us. Also, you won't believe the question that was asked by one reporter after 3 police officers were acquitted in the Tyree Nichols death. That's coming up as well at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
529, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. A lot of people commenting on my comments on Afton Bain and her appearance on Chad's show yesterday. I do have a couple more audio bites that I do want to play for you. And believe it or not, that's not my favorite story of the day. I love that Chad did the interview with Afton Bain, who, again, I don't believe she's a bad person. I just believe that she is horribly, horribly misguided. So we've got that. But my favorite, absolute favorite story of the day is coming up next on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It's now 5:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And we begin this morning with the weather, which is about to turn a little stormy around here today.
Late today into the early stages of tonight, damaging wind gusts will be the main focus, but the stronger thunderstorms could even have some hail with them as well. And any thunderstorm, I will tell you now, whether it's severe or not, is going to have heavier rainfall with it. It's humid. It's the spring. It's what happens this time of year with thunderstorms.
Stefano telling us that it is a 2 out of 5 on the threat scale today, not expecting any tornadic activity out of these storms. 3 former Memphis police officers standing trial in the beating death of Tyree Nichols found not guilty yesterday. Defense lawyers successful after portraying Nichols as an unwilling man to cooperate with police or to step out of his car during a traffic stop. This reporter's question, though, of Shelby County DA Steve Mulroy.
Any thoughts about the jury being from Chattanooga and an all-white jury?
You know, obviously, people have mentioned that as an issue. I'm not going to speculate about that. You know, I think it's a testimony to the fairness of our criminal justice system that we bent over backwards to get a jury from another jurisdiction to assure that the defendants were given a fair trial.
One of the officers was found guilty by a federal jury last fall of violating Nichols' civil rights, but the 2 others were acquitted. New anti-Semitic protest breaking out on the campus of Columbia University in New York City yesterday. Masked protesters pushing past security guards to overtake the Columbia Library, beating drums and chanting. 2 officers were injured and 70 arrests were made. Now there's action from the federal government.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio says his office will review the visa status of each person involved in the violence at Columbia, saying, quote, pro-Hamas thugs are no longer welcome here.
ABC's Andrea Fujii reporting there. That is the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Got an accident in Madison. It's on Maya Drive at Anderson Lane. And then another one this morning in Bellevue, Old Hickory Boulevard, north of I-40. A little foggy in spots this morning. Watch out for it as you're headed in. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, got my audio up, KGB? I can't wait to tell this story. But first, we got to get through Afton Bain. It is Super Talk 99.7 WTN, and welcome on in to Nashville's Morning News. All right, so 2 more audio bites. KGB here along with Joan Jones. State lawmaker, State Rep Afton Bain, appearing on Chad Benson's show yesterday. And I'm glad that Chad had her on, because it's nice that all sides, get heard. Some people are saying, why didn't I ask her on? I'm going to be honest with you. Like, I can't, it would not look well on me.
Because
I would stop her, like, you know how I play audio like I do?
Mm-hmm.
I would stop her like every minute. And I'd start nitpicking everything that she said.
So
and
you would approach it differently than Chad did.
I'm not, yes, but I'm not saying that the way that Chad did it is a bad thing at all. I love that Chad had her on. I love the way that he conducted the interview, because I would just look like an ass. I'm just going to tell you that if I had her on, I would start nitpicking everything she said, and I would literally, just like I did, I would actually mock her for saying that she is a what is it, a watchdog? Is that what she said? A watchdog of government accountability and transparency? Please. And if you're just joining us, I'll probably replay this audio later on in the program. But she also spoke about that it's not the illegal aliens who are causing issues here in America. One of my absolute favorite comments from Afton Bain yesterday on the Chad Benson Show.
However, it is not undocumented immigrants to be blamed for what is happening in this country. It is the billionaire class or the greedy corporations that are paying these politicians to pass policies that hurt your life. And so,
Bernie called. He'd like his talking points back. Here we go.
I just want to say that to your audience right now is that, independent of what happened and how you feel about undocumented immigrants, the real threat is corporate power and the wealthy that are driving fear and stoking fear to pit us against each other.
So, Afton, please tell that to the families of Laken Riley and Rachel Marin. Please tell that to the families of those killed by illegal aliens and non-English speaking truck drivers. Tell that to the teachers who are trying to teach all of these kids who can't speak English. Tell what you just said to families that are directly impacted in a negative way, with illegal immigration, because I think that she sounds utterly clueless. Finally, she also spoke about the resources being used to target these folks here illegally.
I think both sides guys want federal immigration reform, but it's just not happening. And I just want to reiterate that, these operations, mass scale, this has never happened in Tennessee history, that it diverts resources away from real public safety threats. Why are we spending taxpayer dollars to detain people who are trying to get to work, literally driving Uber, dropping off their kids while ignoring the real criminals trafficking drugs and guns across the state? Because I have, once again, highly suspect that DHS narrative.
Trafficking guns and drugs across the state. Well, Afton, the authorities, the Department of Homeland Security says that we busted a guy for drugs. We busted some folks for having guns as well. We also know that Kilmar Brego Garcia was busted for trafficking. They let him go, of course, but the entire interview just burned my you-know-what. Anyway, so there you go. Afton Bain on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Am I off base on this, Joan?
No.
I don't think that I am. I
think from reading the text messages, that people wanted to have some pushback in that conversation. So they're feeling like you're providing the response.
A little pissed offedness?
The pissed off. Is that a word?
Nope.
Okay,
sure isn't.
good.
So
Yeah.
KGB, if you'd like to correct me on utilizing the term pissed offedness, I know it's not a word, but I just like to use it anyway.
No, you're good.
From the guy who didn't know tornadic was a word.
Oh,
sorry.
Called out by Joan Jones. Just so people know, that was Joan calling out KGB, who we love,
With
by
love,
the way.
KGB.
Listen, you know who gets picked on most on this radio station? It is yours truly. All right.
On the air.
Let's now talk about, you don't know what happens off the air. Can we talk about what happened? This is the delicious story that I love. And you actually played some of it, Joan, in your newscast at 5:30. What happened at Columbia University? So
amazing.
Go find me on X at Dan Mandis Show. The video is absolutely insane. You've got these insane pro-Hamas, anti-Israel people that storm, I guess it was a library, and there was like hundreds of them. And so you've got these poor, hapless security guards who are overrun by these masked, I'm assuming they were smelly people that are pro-Hamas, right? And they will not leave the library. So the authorities come in and they're screaming, they're chanting, they are refusing to leave. They're doing all of their pro-Hamas slogans and chants, and you've got security guards that are physically injured. And these folks that are pro-Hamas at Columbia University will not leave the library. So do you know what they did, Joan?
I think I know.
They locked them in the library and would not let them leave until they took off their masks and showed ID.
Yep.
Oh, my God, I love that.
Yes.
I mean, it doesn't get any better than this. And so, because the thought is, there's a number of things. The thought is that, number one, you got some people that are here on student visas and so forth. And we know Marco Rubio has said, and President Trump has said, if you engage in this kind of stupidity, then you know what's going to happen? We're going to send you back home because you're not going to come into this country and bash this country that you are visiting through our good graces on a visa and slam our allies and slam our country and encourage vandalism or trespassing or injuring security guards. So they lock them in. I want to play a couple of, I hope you hear this. Because they've got all the garb on. You know what I'm talking about? They got masks on. They got all the, I forget what you call the things on the head, but whatever. Scarves and all that stuff. But listen to this. Stop, you're hurting me. Stop, you're hurting me. Right? And look, Sorry that you're getting hurt. It's unfortunate, but you should have thought of that before you broke into this school library at Columbia University, knowing the sentiment of the current administration. Now, I don't want to see anybody get hurt, but sorry, you know what? If they're trying to get hold of a situation, they're trying to control the situation, and you put yourself in harm's way like that. And by the way, she wasn't getting beaten with a baton. She's getting jostled in all of this massive confusion as they are now locked inside the library. What are you doing? What are you doing? You know what? You know what they did? They locked you in the library. That's what they're doing. Oh, and then there's this moment. What are you doing? So they're begging now, Joan, to be let out of... They're begging to be let out of the library.
It's just the best.
It is, right? It is the absolute best. And so they're banging on the glass, and because remember, they wouldn't leave the library. That's part of the story. They come in, they roughshod over, these poor security guards who ultimately end up injured. They've got all their masks on and all that kind of stuff. They won't leave. They're doing their chants and their protests, America sucks, Hamas rules, all that stuff. And then they lock them in. And they won't let them out until they take off the masks and show ID. And that's when everybody started freaking out. And that's when everybody started chanting, "Let us out, let us out." And, the authorities are like, okay, show us your ID and we'll let you out. Because that's how they get away with this, right? This is what they've been doing for how long now? Put on the masks, don't show ID, and then, flee when stuff starts getting real. So they lock them in, and now they know exactly who they are. And if they are here on a student visa, they could very well get sent back to, their home country. Oh, and by the way, the other thing that they found out, Joan, is that it looks like a whole bunch of them, not even students, of course.
And that's the story every time with these protests.
Yep, every time. Every time that is the story with these protests. Okay, there is another story, but that is a delicious, one of my absolute favorite stories of the day. Now, there is another story, and I'm unfortunately going to have to do this relatively quick, but I love the story, the headline, "A man was brought back from the dead," right? That's the quote. In court to speak to a judge and that man's killer, all with AI. So here's the story. A U.S. Army veteran who was killed in a road rage incident 4 years ago was able to forgive the man who fatally shot him thanks to artificial intelligence. Guy's name, and this is in the news today, it's all over the place. Guy's name is Christopher Pelkey, 37 years old, and he was shot by a guy named Gabriel Paul Horcasitas. Horcasitas is his name. While on his way home from a church softball game in Chandler, Arizona, back in November of 2021. So the guy's going through the trial. He's been found guilty. And now it's time for the impact statements. Now, you folks know what an impact statement is, right? So the family, friends talk about the impact that this man's death had on them personally, and they talk about, the victim as well. Well, his sister, Stacy, the victim's sister Stacy, collected all of these elements, right? Pictures and video and voice files, and they used multiple AI programs to piece all of this together so that the victim, Christopher Pelkey, could actually speak in court using AI because she was really struggling with how to concoct her own impact statement. And she talks about how she really did struggle with what she wanted her brother to say because she's the one that pieced all of this together through AI.
I have my own thoughts and feelings about how much time I wanted the sentence to be, if I forgive the shooter or not. I have very definitive opinions about that. But it was important not to make Chris say what I was feeling and to detach and let him speak, because he said things that would never come out of my mouth, but I know would come out of his.
So she wanted the killer to get the maximum sentence, but she had to detach herself from what she wanted and think about what her brother Christopher wanted. So this is what Chris Pelkey sounded like in real life.
I'm Chris Pelkey. I served with the United States Army in the infantry. I'm from upstate New York. I went to Baghdad in 2006, 2008, and then I went to Afghanistan in 09 to 10.
So now this is the AI version and part of the 4-minute video message that was played in court.
To Gabriel Horcasitas, the man who shot me. It is a shame we encountered each other that day in those circumstances. In another life, we probably could have been friends. I believe in forgiveness and in God who forgives. I always have, and I still do. To my family and everyone that I've met along the way, it was a lot of fun. You know, I always had a lot of fun. Love each other because you never know how long you have. But make the most of each day and live your life. It is okay to stumble. God has you. Remember, getting old is a gift that not everybody has. So embrace it and stop worrying about those wrinkles.
So part of what you heard was him, through AI, forgiving his killer. And so it was one of those moments in court that the judge was actually very moved by it, and he actually thanked the sister for putting all of this together. Chris's brother, who saw the video for the first time in court, was incredibly moved.
There was something about seeing Chris and the man that I knew and the belief that I thought in my head that Chris would have forgiven this guy. But to see his face and to hear his voice say it, just waves of healing washed over my soul, because that was the man that I knew.
So that was Chris's brother, and you've already heard from the sister. I did like the final message from Chris. It was a good one.
Well, I'm going to go fishing now. Love you all. See you on the other side.
But now this has become very controversial because the judge decided, after seeing the video that was put together by the sister through AI, actually decided that he would go ahead and sentence the killer, the guy who gunned this dude down, to a year over the maximum based on this video with artificial intelligence. And so I get that this is, like, for a lot of folks, a feel-good story. But can I ask a question that's going to be uncomfortable? How does the sister actually know that Christopher Pelkey would have forgiven this guy? She wasn't there and she didn't know what happened. So I get this story, and a lot of people love this story. But at the same time, there is a slippery slope because these things can be manipulated all day long. She wrote the script. And respectfully, Christopher Pelkey is dead. You actually don't know how he feels about this situation. You may think you know as his sister, and quite frankly, you're probably right, but you don't know. And the slippery slope is that, okay, so utilizing AI, you can have anybody say anything if you have a voice print and also if you have video and pictures and so forth. So I don't know. So, Joan, that is our Daily Dan poll today. KGB, how did we end up wording the Daily Dan poll?
If you are dead and during a court hearing they use an AI version of you in court, how would you feel? Do not care, I am dead? Or if aware before, like I die, I would say hell no. And right now, 58% go absolutely not. Don't use my AI in court. That's not me, basically.
Right. Do you see where I'm going with this, Joan? It's like, it just makes me feel a little uncomfortable. If I die, I don't want anybody using an AI version of me to speak for me, even if it's my wife, even if it's my daughter, people I love, because they don't know how I would feel.
So I have a couple thoughts about this. And one is that I don't know how I'd feel about, for instance, hearing my father's voice again. That's hard.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you've ever done this with somebody, but have you ever known somebody who passed away and you listen to the voicemails they've left for you?
Do you know, Joan? Oh, I'm going to get weepy. Doggone it, Joan.
I'm sorry.
I'm
weepy too.
I've got about 25 voicemails from my mom on my phone. And I had my old phone. We talked about this. I had my old phone for a long time because I was terrified of losing those messages. The other day, I actually found one that I had not heard.
Oh. Yeah. So
from my mom.
It's that.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know that I remember the things that my father said to me.
Yeah.
But I don't know that I'd want somebody else their words in my father's voice because that's my personal memory of him.
And I would never, as much as I loved my mom, I would never speak for her after she's dead. Right? So this is just a little awkward and uncomfortable.
And the other part of this for me is that the judge used that testimony to help him render a judgment on the sentence.
Yep.
That I feel is so completely wrong.
Yep.
It's wrong.
Little weird.
It's speculative.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's a great word.
He should not have been using that. He should not have been allowed to use that. And there needs to be, somebody needs to rein that in immediately.
Is that also manipulation, though?
Yeah, it is, in my opinion. All right, we got it. We are way late. Joan, what's coming up?
Okay, I got to stop being weepy now. We're going to tell you why a Williamson County coach is behind bars today. Also, there's been another vote on a new pope. We'll tell you whether it was black or white smoke. Those stories at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mandis here, 557. Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling wants you to know that their TVA rebates have been extended, and that means big savings for you. So listen to a couple of these. Mini split, 17 SEER 2 or higher, $800 rebates. Get up to 12 months, no payment, no interest, depending on your credit and lenders. Of course, the offer may vary. But the bottom line is Busy Bee is always looking for ways to save you money. They've also got rebates on AC tune-ups, a $50 rebate for each one. So you join the Beehive Club today, you get your spring tune-up. That's a $50 rebate. And your fall tune-up, another $50 rebate. And you have paid for your Beehive membership for the year. Call them. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-775-7833. BusyBee, HVAC.com.
Good morning. It's now 6 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We do have some fog on the roads this morning. Got to be careful out there. We've got the forecast and traffic coming up right after the news. A former Williamson County girls wrestling coach is facing more than 20 child exploitation charges. Geston Gordon is his name. He is in jail on $200,000 bond now. Alexandria Adams from Channel 4.
They started looking into Gordon after a tip about a 13-year-old girl in Ohio reportedly being extorted online for nude pictures. Now, the suspect's activity was then linked back to Williamson County.
And the sheriff's office is asking anyone with more information about Coach Gordon to give them a call. The back and forth between Nashville council members and Immigration and Customs Enforcement continues over those weekend traffic stops. Fox 17 reports that at a council meeting yesterday, Councilwoman Sandra Sepulveda raised eyebrows with a request. Her request, quote, that MNPD to start enforcing and pulling over the ICE agents who are terrorizing our community. Those are her words. Those are similar to an illegal immigrant advocate in the crowd.
The only people that are unwanted here are the ICE agents.
Now, that group held a candlelight vigil last night to honor the 94 people, they said, who were detained by ICE. Still no Pope today. Black smoke pouring from the Sistine Chapel once again this morning as the Cardinals are unable to reach a decision on a new Pope. ABC's James Longman is inside Vatican City with the latest on the excitement that's happening in the square.
It really is exciting to be down here. People do not know what's going on inside. Of course, now this vote has taken place, now 3 votes. What I'm fascinated by is this lunch that these cardinals are now going to retire to in Santa Marta, where they will be discussing what has gone on.
And Market Numbers Report now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com.
Despite demands from President Trump, the Federal Reserve is leaving interest rates alone. Trump has been pushing for a rate cut, but Fed Chair Jerome Powell said yesterday there's still too much uncertainty about the effect of tariffs on the economy. Investors were unfazed by the Fed's lack of movement on interest rates. The Dow Jones rose 285 points Wednesday to close at 41,114. The S&P picked up 0.4%, while the Nasdaq Composite added 0.25%. The House of Mouse is growing. Disney, the parent to ABC News, says earnings hit nearly $3.3 billion in the latest quarter, compared with a loss a year ago. Stay at home and play video games instead? Nintendo says it expects to sell 15 million of its new Switch 2 gaming consoles by the end of fiscal year 2026. It goes on sale next month. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Now, stock futures are pushing higher after President Trump announced a trade deal between the U.S. and the U.K. Came in a Truth Social post. The president said that deal will cement the relationship between the U.S. and the U.K. for many years to come. He also said this is the first of many deals. The Dow futures are up 381 right now. NASDAQ futures gaining 285. S&P futures are up 62. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Got a crash. It's in Laverne. It's on Murfreesboro Pike at Waldron Road. And a couple of others, too. Vanderbilt Hospital at 24th Avenue South at Children's Way. There's a crash. And then one in Bellevue as well. It's on 40, the westbound lanes past Bellevue, exit 196, and the right shoulder is blocked off. And Stefano's been telling us about some fog this morning. It's thick in some spots, mostly to the west of Nashville. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.608 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on in to the second hour of your May 8th of 2025. It is Thursday. All right, so I had a crazy thought yesterday. I don't know, Joan, if you want to partake in this.
Okay.
Scott Bessent for president.
Oh.
I know that everybody loves Marco Rubio. I know that everybody really loves J.D. Vance, as do I. There's something about Scott Bessent that is so incredibly disarming. Did you see him yesterday? He was testifying.
Yes.
And he was testifying before the House Financial Services Committee. And that includes Maxine Waters and some other just nut job Democrats. Like it is, need some audio. It is the craziest thing. So we're going to go through some of this. He is incredibly disarming. And so, you follow me on X at Dan Mandis Show, but he's up there and they're testifying about international financial systems. But the Democrats, collectively, they just acted like fools, attacking him left and right. And of course, as you can imagine, Doge came up with Maxine Waters. This is what that sounded like.
Did all the individuals working with Doge who were given access to treasuries and CFPB's computer databases receive all of the required clearances and security training before they were granted access?
Again, they were granted read-only access at Treasury. There were two.
So let me just say,
Doge employees.
Please, you can't filibuster here. This is
now one of the things that I don't know if you saw the actual testimony, Joan. But Bessent was trying to answer the questions.
Yeah.
And they kept saying, you're trying to filibuster. It's like, no, I'm not. I'm answering the questions. If you'd like to talk about filibustering, look at yourselves in the mirror, because they were the ones that were filibustering and making speeches. All he's trying to do is answer the questions.
Just say,
Doge employees.
please, you can't filibuster here. This is not the filibuster playground. And so what you did was you let these strangers into our Treasury with access to all of the data, all of the personnel information, and you just opened the door. Why'd you do that?
No, ma'am. They were Treasury employees.
Whoops.
So they're Treasury employees. So it's clear as you listen, there's so much art. I can't play it all. I can't play all the audio. But as you listen to this and you watch the video, number one, she's reading all of her questions. Bessent is trying to tell her that the Doge employees, and I'm air quoting, the Doge employees were actually, yes, Treasury employees.
Are you saying today in front of this committee that all of them were Treasury employees, that the 25-year-old who's being identified, who worked for Elon Musk, was allowed into the Treasury? Was that person there?
He was a Treasury employee, as was Tom Krause, the senior person on the Doge team. There were only two people.
There were Doge employees also.
Sorry?
Do you know, were you aware that there were Doge employees coming into our Treasury getting all of our personal information?
Well, ma'am, there is no such thing as a Doge employee. There were Treasury employees.
So, I mean, this goes on. And realize what we just heard. These were Treasury employees, so we have to assume that they all had the proper training and the protocols in place.
And the security clearance.
Thank you, Joan Jones. So all of these protocols were in place, and read-only protocols at that. So this is all about efficiency and cutting waste, which is what people voted for. So once again, you have the Democrats fixated, just like here in Nashville with illegal immigration. You have the Democrats fixated on process and not what is, quite frankly, the right thing to do, which is the proper spending of our taxpayer dollars. And so you've got all these people on the left, of course. This is what they do, right? They scream about process, which clearly, if you listen to Scott Bessent, the proper process was followed, which leaves the mission, which was cutting back on wasteful and fraudulent spending, which she apparently, Maxine Waters, doesn't seem to care. Then there was this final comment.
I tend to disagree with you based on the information I had. Has any information been downloaded by anyone working with Doge from any of Treasury's or CFPB's computers? Answer yes or no.
Not to my knowledge.
You better learn.
Gentlewoman yields back.
Better learn. That's what Maxine Waters said. By the way, I love that she I don't know if you picked up on this. I love that she shows concern because because she pointed out his age, right? The 25-year-old that is working for the Treasury, right? She pointed out his age, clearly believing that 25 is too young. Can we talk about being too old? I mean, if she's going to point out somebody's age on the younger scale, then let's talk about Maxine Waters and Bernie Sanders and certainly Joe Biden's age when he was in office and as they are in office. So obviously there is a lot going on, but that only sets the stage for what happened between Scott Bessent and a couple of Democrats out of New York. It is all straight ahead. It's coming up on 6:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather goes, today, a high of 76, scattered thunderstorms as well. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News at 61 degrees at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So you have this viral moment where this congressman, his name is Meeks. I should have looked up his first name. I don't know what it is. But Congressman Meeks out of New York. I want you to listen to this audio. And the joke is that Congressperson Meeks is not in on the joke.
Who was the president in 2024?
One believes President Biden.
One believes? You one of those non-believers that the election, the American people didn't vote?
I am not.
You're not? You said one believes?
One believes? So he doesn't get the joke, because the joke is that Joe Biden was so completely out of it that he was the president, but he really wasn't the president, right? I mean, that's where Besson was going, and everybody in that room knows it. Well, everybody except Representative Meeks.
Do you believe in the Constitution of the United States and it should be abided
I believe in the Constitution of the United States.
So you believe in it without any second thought. You don't have to think about it. You believe in it and you would abide by it. Is that correct?
I have and I do, sir.
Okay. But do you know that a president has said he may or may not? He don't know?
And it goes on. So this guy Meeks, he's a little hard to follow, but the whole thing has Besson, and I don't know if you noticed this when you're watching this testimony yesterday, but Besson, he's got this sort of bemused look on his face. Like he's looking at these folks. Clearly, Scott Besson is an incredibly smart man. And he's just looking at them like, are you really that dumb? And I will answer for Scott Besson, yes, they are. And so they go after him. This is all, going on in testimony. They're talking about tariffs and a bunch of other stuff. There is a congresswoman, again, out of New York, well represented among the clown show that is this testimony yesterday. There's a woman named Nydia Velasquez. I hope I'm saying that right. I really don't care. But Nydia Velasquez, and she doesn't have a great grasp of the English language.
You were on CNBC on tariffs. So tell the American people specifically which countries are you close to striking deals with?
I'm sorry, Congresswoman, but that would not benefit the United States.
No. I'm asking you a question based on the statement that you made on CNBC.
And I am telling you that it would be detrimental to the interest of the United States for me to answer that question.
Why will that be detrimental?
Because as the negotiations may still be in process as we speak, as we are not at the end of the week yet, I am sure that you, through your question, would not want to compromise the U.S. negotiations.
Reclaiming my time.
So now, during this whole time...
That's always the call. I'm reclaiming my time.
Right, Joan. But I don't know if you saw this. This is part visual. Because during the whole time, and you can see it, follow me on X at Dan Mendes Show, I posted this. You got three guys that are sitting behind this representative, and they're constantly whispering questions in her ear, like what to say next. So if you listen real close, I manipulated the audio so you could hear it, but listen really close, you hear the guy behind her whisper, why, in her ear, and then she repeats it. Listen very closely.
It would be detrimental to the interest of the United States for me to answer that question.
Why will that be detrimental?
Could you hear that, Joan? Could you hear when he said why?
Oh, yeah.
I'll play it one more time.
States for me to answer that question.
Why will that be detrimental?
And so, and this happens like during the entire testimony.
And why? I think the why is, why does she need to be prompted like that?
Well, that's exactly right. It's almost Biden-esque. And then, of course, they started talking about China.
You said the U.S. has not started negotiating with China on tariff reductions. Does that continue to be your position, yes or no?
As you may have read...
Yes or no, sir?
As you may have read in the press, I will be going to Switzerland, and the negotiations will begin on Saturday.
Okay, so the president told you that will be your answer today.
He just... So I don't know if you saw it, but... He doesn't know what to say. He doesn't know how to answer that, so he actually just starts laughing. And you can hear other people laughing as well, because this woman is so clueless. Then the whispering starts again. Three guys behind this woman start whispering in her right ear.
Who else from the administration?
Now, could you hear that? He told her, ask who else in the administration is taking part in these negotiations with China and other countries as well. Listen close.
Who else from the administration?
Right? And so then, of course, she asks the question.
Who from the Trump administration is engaged in those discussions?
It is an absolute clown show.
Do you think she went in there not knowing anything and they were the ones that did all the research?
It is clear that she has no idea what she's asking, what she's supposed to ask, or the content in front of her. She doesn't know what to do.
It's like when Biden was signing like orders and he goes, "What am I signing?"
Yeah, that's exactly right, KGB. That is a great point. So it just...
When my husband and I were watching this last night, both of us said at the same time, and these are the people leading our country?
Exactly. Well, yes and no.
Yeah.
Clearly the Illuminati, but besides the point.
So here's another question that's out there this morning. Did Congress cancel votes on Doge cuts? Have you seen this controversy that like exploded on Twitter or X over the overnight and yesterday? Thomas Massie. Now, y'all know the last couple of days, man, I'm over the House. I'm over the Republicans, and I am ticked off as all get out. I'm not going to do that today. But Thomas Massie, right, budget hawk, if I've ever seen one, he says that Mike Johnson and Republican leadership in the House of Representatives did indeed cancel votes quietly, they say, on Doge cuts. They say that USAID and PBS and NPR were among the targeted cuts, and that GOP leadership quietly canceled the votes. Now, GOP leadership says that is not the case. I have not seen anything official. Joan, I don't know if you have as well. Just a bunch of people sort of piling on, quoting Thomas Massie, and I don't really know what the answer is. Massie is also, by the way, out there talking about getting the Department of Education eliminated as well. And so, you know, as we all talk about, we keep waiting for a lot of these things to get done. They just haven't done it yet. And so I feel like where I'm at right now, we'll have to see what's in the big, beautiful bill, the one big, beautiful bill. And I said at the beginning of all of this, I don't care if it's one bill, two bills, 5 bills, or 10 flippin' bills. You got to start cutting this crap. Trump wanted one beautiful bill, and I get it. So we'll have to see if they're able to get any of this stuff done. We'll have to see where it all goes. But I have not seen anything official, just X piling on that Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House, decided to quietly cancel the votes on the Doge cuts. We'll have to wait and see what happens. It is 6:23 on Nashville's Morning News. Joan, do you have anyone in there that is quietly telling you what to say?
No, I do not.
I don't either.
I say the things that are on my mind.
You know what? The show probably, quite frankly, would be better if I did have some prompting from somebody behind me, but whatever. All right, Joan is got the newscast at 6:30. Joan.
So we have some weather headed our way, and we'll bring you Stefano DiPietro's words about what we can expect today. Also, a really bizarre story about ants that I think we're all going to really enjoy. That's coming up here at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, by the way, coming up, must-hear audio on Bernie Sanders totally getting called out. We're going to talk about that and a whole lot more straight ahead on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk. Dan Matt is here, and I want to tell you about one of my favorite events of the year, the Glock Store's now 5th annual open house. That is coming up on Saturday, May 31st. Now, every year, they throw open the doors and they welcome all of Nashville to come and join the fun. Now, the open house is famous for their incredible raffles, and they do them all day long, and you are going to be eligible to win some really great gear, including a custom Glock handgun. And by the way, even if you don't win a raffle, there'll be incredible deals on all things Glock, including Glocks, and yes, including bullets, including specifically Burrow bullets as well. So check them out. Find them online. It is shoot270.com, the Glock store, shoot270.com. And again, that open house, these things are always massive. It sounds like this year it is going to be bigger than the previous 4. So check them out. Keep that date open, Saturday, May 31st. It is the Glock Store's 5th annual open house. Shoot270.com and Glockstore.com.
Alyssa Slotkin.
.627 Nashville's Morning News. How do I depend on my friends at Xfinity? Let me count the ways. Now, I've got a lot riding on my rock-solid internet from Xfinity. Riker, of course, doing his homework and all of that gaming. Amy working all day from home. And, of course, yours truly, always prepping, always doing shows from my basement as well. And all of that, of course, courtesy of my friends at Xfinity. By the way, if something does go wrong, they can make it right with 24/7 customer service for whenever you need it. And, with Riker in the house, he's 11. It is critical that we're able to check out what he's watching. And with Xfinity, we can, and you can too. You can depend on these folks, so check them out online anytime. Xfinity.com, 1-800-XFINITY, or stop by a store today. .628 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, so Bernie Sanders was on with Brett Baer on Fox News. Now, that old Bernie and AOC, they've been out on the Stop the Oligarchy tour, right? And they've been using private airplanes, private airports, all of these things that oligarchies would perhaps use. I don't know. But that's what Bernie's been saying. Yet he himself has been flying on these planes. And here's part of what Bernie had to say. KGB, if I could get some audio, please. This is how it went.
Alyssa Slotkin, senator from Michigan, she said you shouldn't be using oligarch. It's over people's head. You've gotten criticized from other people. Free Beacon says Bernie Sanders spent $221,000 on private jets fighting the oligarchy tour, paid for by friends of Bernie Sanders. That you've spent millions of dollars in campaign funds on private jet travel over the years. How do you push back on both of those things?
When's the last time you saw Donald Trump during a campaign mode at National Airport?
No. It doesn't. But he's also not fighting the oligarchy.
No. You run a campaign and you do 3 or 4 or 5 rallies in a week. The only way you can get around to talk to 30,000 people. Think I'm going to be sitting on a waiting line at United waiting, 30,000 people are waiting. That's the only way you can get around.
Oh, no, Bernie wouldn't be one of us having to wait in line at the airport. Oh, no. We can't have that. By the way, he never did justify using a private plane while he's calling out the oligarchy. I'm calling him out. Of course, he's a Democrat, well, whatever he is, a socialist, for his hypocrisy. It is 6:30, Nashville's Morning News on WTN.
Good morning, 6:30 now, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Stormy weather headed our way today. WSMV4 Stefano DiPietro telling us if we get sun this morning, that'll help to fuel stronger storms later on today. And the timeline?
So between 1 o'clock this afternoon and 9 o'clock this evening, that's the window for strong to severe thunderstorms. The main focus of any thunderstorm will be around damaging wind gusts.
A lot of rain, maybe some hail, and probably no tornadoes with this storm. Deal 1 is apparently in the books. That's the news from President Trump's Truth Social account this morning. He announced a trade deal with the United Kingdom, calling it a full and comprehensive deal. The White House will hold a press conference in the Oval Office at 9 o'clock Central this morning to make that formal announcement. From CNBC.
Meanwhile, on the China front, a Chinese Commerce Ministry spokesman saying today that the U.S. needs to show sincerity. We said that yesterday in trade talks and be prepared to cancel unilateral tariffs.
President Trump saying that he would not drop that 145% tariff on China as a condition of sitting down to negotiate. Bizarre story here about ants. A pair of Belgian 19-year-olds have been fined $7,000 for trying to smuggle giant African ants out of Kenya.
The 19-year-olds claim they were collecting the ants as a hobby, but authorities say the ants were actually destined for Europe and Asia, where hobbyists are willing to pay more than $200 for a single queen ant. Experts say these ants help aerate soil and spread seeds, playing a crucial role in the local ecosystem. Removing them could have serious environmental consequences.
ABC's Andrew Dimbert still didn't say how they were trying to contain those ants to smuggle them.
I think it would be funny if they, shoved the ants down their pants and the glass broke.
Yeah.
Moving right along.
That's a kid comedy.
Yeah, ants in the pants. That is the latest
Very good,
news.
Joan.
Yeah, traffic and weather are next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Dan Mandis here. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. Want to tell you about my friends at DT McCall's Listen. If you need anything for your home, if you need lawn equipment, if you need appliances, if you need furniture, office furniture, you can get it at DT McCall's. These folks are great Americans. They're great Tennesseans as well. They do support WTN. If you need a lawnmower, we are right smack in the middle of spring, heading into summer. If you need a lawnmower, DT McCall's, they have those great Cub Cadet lawnmowers at great prices. They've got 5 locations across Middle Tennessee. DT McCall's is where I go to buy all my stuff. 5 locations again: Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, and Franklin. Always online at dtmccalls.com. They do have all the time great specials on appliances and furniture. Right now, we talked about this yesterday. They've got great deals on Speed Queen washers and dryers. Right now, check it out, dtmccalls.com. And again, 5 locations across Middle Tennessee: Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, Franklin, dtmccalls.com. .635 on WTN. By the way, Jonathan Fahey is coming up next got a couple of big updates on illegal immigration from the federal standpoint. Details straight ahead. Dan Mandis here from my window company, Window Nation. I endorse these folks because they did great work for me. I love that these windows are made here in America. Now, if you've got old and inefficient windows like I did, it is time to upgrade with Window Nation like I did. You know, they were ranked highest on Forbes' list of best window installers. That's right. Highest on Forbes' list of best window installers. That is across America. Now, again, they put new windows in my basement studio, my kitchen, and my bedroom as well. They look fantastic, and they could do the same thing for you. And right now, a great deal for listeners to my show. You buy 4 windows, you are going to get 4 additional windows absolutely free, plus no payments or interest until 2027. Now, these windows, they are energy efficient, so not only are you saving money on the install, but on your electricity bills as well. Now, how do I know that you're going to be happy? Because they've got a 96% satisfaction rating and over 20,000 5-star reviews, including mine, Window Nation. Don't forget that great deal. You buy 4 windows. You get 4 additional windows free, plus no payments or interest until 2027. Call them, tell them I told you to reach out, 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION, windownation.com.
Okay, so there is an accident still being worked on at Vanderbilt Hospital. It's 24th Avenue South at Children's Way. There's a crash in Napier, 40 downtown, the westbound off-ramp to westbound I-40 South Loop. That's a crash in the off-ramp. Right shoulder is blocked off. In Christiana, an accident at 24, the westbound lanes just before Epps Mill Road. That's exit 89. And then a super texter, 1825, says there's a wreck at Briley Parkway at Knights of Columbus. Thank you so much. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.637, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on into the program, and welcome Jonathan Fahey on the Newsmaker Hotline. Jonathan, always great to have you on. I don't know if you know this, Jonathan. Of course, you are in Virginia, right? Like Washington, D.C. area.
Right.
And so you, of course, worked with the Trump administration in the first administration, and you, of course, a lot of experience working with ICE and illegal immigration and so forth. So let's get into this concept of due process. Now, here in Nashville, we had the Tennessee Highway Patrol, and they were working with ICE, and they went to areas where it is known that there's a lot of, illegal immigration, gang members, all of that. Tennessee Highway Patrol pulled these folks over, and ICE was there, and then ICE would ask questions about the, their immigration status, and it turns out a lot of these folks were illegal aliens, and off they go. And so there's a controversy here on a number of different fronts. Number one, they're upset, the Democrats are upset because they're saying that these illegal aliens did not get their due process, okay? Due process. So that's number one. Number two is this came up in a conversation yesterday about something called a 287G, which I guess is a formal agreement between the federal government and local authorities to work together to try and find illegal aliens and deport them. Can you, number one, let's talk about the due process, because we keep hearing this from the Democrats that these illegal aliens are not getting their due process, but it seems to me like they're not necessarily entitled to due process because of the fact that we have this expedited removal thing that Obama started.
Yeah, what the Democrats are trying to do is conflate sort of due process, like Fifth Amendment due process, which is essentially you can't take someone's liberty, their property without due process of law. This is when you arrest somebody in a criminal context, they get due process, such as a trial, a jury, an appeal, all of that stuff. For immigration due process, it's not the same. They do get some process, but it's usually internal with ICE and through the immigration courts, which are not Article III courts. These are courts run by the Department of Justice. So they're basically typically given a notice of a hearing, and then they have a hearing. If they have any legitimate claims, they can raise them, and if not, they're ordered to be removed, and then they can appeal that to the Board of Immigration Appeals. So they do get a process. And when all these people are talking about due process, when they talk about Maryland man and stuff like that, it's like he had a process. He actually went through the immigration courts, was ordered removed, and then the judge said he can't get removed to El Salvador, but the fact he was ordered removed. So all of these people are getting, I shouldn't say all, I don't know necessarily, but it seems like all of these people are getting the process they're entitled to. They're not entitled to a trial in an Article 3, which is like a standard federal court, but they do get processed before they're removed. And, when you think about what do we have, 20 million illegal aliens in this country, if everyone had a full-blown trial, and Donald Trump said this a number of times, we'd never be able to get anyone out. And that's what the Democrats, they couldn't care less about process. They just want to keep the illegal aliens here. And I think most people understand that's the big picture here. But yeah, these people are getting processed and they're getting removed after that process. And often the process is quite quick.
One of the things that folks talk about are these hearings that may or may not be happening. And so part of my question is, and Obama did this, and where they found illegal aliens and they knew that they had a lot of illegal aliens in our country. And through this expedited removal process, there were certain instances where they were able to deport them without an actual hearing, from what I understand. And so I guess it all hinges on a hearing where they go in front of a judge and the judge says whatever the judge is going to say, and off they go. So I guess that's going to be part of the conversation is we got 20 million folks in this country illegally. Can we actually deport them without a hearing? And I mean, I've seen both sides of this argument where people say, oh, absolutely, they should get a hearing. I've seen other people say, well, no, under expedited removal, they don't need a hearing because they don't have their documents and they're not legal, and we are allowed to send them on their way.
Yeah, and I think that totally makes sense. And the other thing that's interesting, and Tom Homan talks about this a lot, when people are detained in ICE custody waiting for their process, they typically waive everything and they'll get removed right away because they know they don't have legitimate claims. The problem with what the Biden administration did, which I shouldn't say a problem because they wanted to do this, they released everyone and encouraged them to claim asylum and then set court dates 10 years down the road. So then none of these people the intention was none of these people were ever going to get removed because they will be here 10 years. And this idea that they're going to roll in the court 10 years from now is absurd on its face. But the idea was just to keep these people in. So yeah, people can be removed quickly, but a lot of things Donald Trump is doing, which the Democrats fight at every turn, it's things like Remain in Mexico. It's things like the, Alien Enemies Act, which enables them to take large groups of the most dangerous people and remove them quickly. And it's amazing to me that the Democrats are fighting on that. You think they'd at least give in on criminal gangs or something like that, but they don't yield an inch on this issue.
287G, this form, this agreement came up in a conversation yesterday. As I told you, here in Nashville, we had an ICE bust. You've got the folks on the left here that are screaming a number of different things, including the usual about due process. But this conversation of a 287G did come up, which basically, from what I understand, a 287G is a formal agreement between a city or a county and the federal government to formalize an operation. Talk a little bit about what that 287G is.
Yeah, this is a great program, and it's kind of funny that, there are individual agreements between, ICE and these usually like local jails and sheriff's departments, which essentially allow these deputy sheriffs or people working in the jails to do certain ICE functions, maybe serve administrative arrest warrants, do some research if somebody's an illegal alien and things like that. So it's really a force multiplier. They're actually, in essence, sort of deputized to work with ICE. But it's really an effective way to get the criminal aliens out because typically they're done with local jails. And, of course, another area where the Democrats, even people in jail, they want to get released rather than deported. So these are really effective. And the Biden administration was, they were losing 287G membership during their term. And I think Trump has brought, another several hundred localities into this program. And it's really a force multiplier. And there's nothing at all that should be controversial about this, because we've always done it in the sense of you have like DEA task force that have local law enforcement on them, and they work together. And it's really the best way for law enforcement to work, because a lot of times the people on the ground are these local law enforcement that know maybe who the illegal aliens are, know who the gang members are. So that having them work with ICE is much more than just a force multiplier. It enables them to get the most serious criminals out of the country. And like I said, typically these are people sitting in a jail that they're helping remove from the country. And the fact that Democrats oppose this, or this is even remotely controversial, is astonishing to me.
Well, so part of the storyline here is no one on the either the Republican side of the aisle or from the governor's office or from the Tennessee Highway Patrol, they have not put forward an actual 287G agreement formally. So that is one of the things that the Democrats are saying. But what I would say in response is yes, but we have an entire state legislature that have passed laws, here in the state of Tennessee, that we are to cooperate with immigration authorities. So at the federal level. So this is going to be an ongoing conversation. The lawyers and the judges are going to have to figure out all of this. But speaking of judges, I saw this headline, and it was alarming, from a couple of days ago. Federal judge orders President Trump, the administration, to immediately resettle 12,000 migrants. Now, I'm going to get your perspective on that coming up. Got to check the roads real quick on WTN. As far as your weather today, it is going to be a high of 76. We've got thunderstorms on the way as well. Your complete forecast is coming up on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Jonathan Fahey joins us. All right, so Jonathan, headline from Fox News: federal judge orders Trump administration to immediately resettle 12,000 migrants. Okay, so how do we do that? Number one, and number two, is it safe to say that all of this stuff is just going to go to the Supreme Court?
I think a lot of this will go to the Supreme Court. And on this particular issue, it's like what the U.S. refugee resettlement program, which these people were presumably vetted already and were people in the process of coming here as refugees as part of this program. And the Trump administration said no. These were people that were vetted during the Biden administration, saying no, our national security trumps this. We also have there's a fiscal burden of all of these people, and that comes first, and that's under the discretion of the executive branch to make these calls. And I think they're on pretty strong footing here. I think that where it hurts them is these are people that had already been sort of pre-approved, so that helps them. But I think, when you look at the first Trump administration, when he banned people coming from certain countries, they call it the Muslim ban, but It was really just certain countries, that was upheld by the Supreme Court, ultimately allowing him that discretion. And the point is, he has the discretion, or the executive branch has the discretion in these areas. And even if a judge like this judge or these judges on some of these Trinidad Aragua cases and things like that, even if they don't agree with his assessment, they have to defer to his assessment. So if his assessment is a danger to our national security, or danger to our foreign policy, a financial burden, even if they don't agree, that's his call to make, and that's the argument he's going to make. So I think ultimately a lot of these get sorted out in the Supreme Court, and a lot of them will come out in his favor. But the big picture here, which it's still a win for the administration to the extent it shows not only people here illegally, but people that want to come here illegally, that the Trump administration is going to use every tool it has to remove illegal aliens. So it's going to have a tremendous, or it does have a tremendous deterrent value in and of itself. And we've seen that at the border, where what are the crossings down 95+%, just since Trump's been in office. So ultimately it's a win, but it just shows he's going to use tools, and maybe he'll have to go to Congress on certain things or use other tools. But ultimately that's what they're doing. They're focusing on keeping illegal aliens out, keeping people that are threats to public safety out, and focusing on the American people's safety. And, I think they'll continue to do that even if they have a few setbacks in the courts.
There's another one, and in our final few seconds here, federal judge in Denver issues an injunction against Trump's Alien Enemies Act removals. So basically, because I'll be honest with you, Jonathan, I'm losing track of all of the different judges that are utilizing lawfare to block this administration. But again, this one, the president has said many, many times he is using the Alien Enemies Act as justification for removing those folks, and now it's ricocheting around the courts. Do you think that this ultimately, when the substance of the argument, because this has gone to the Supreme Court, I believe, before, and it was bounced back, they favored for Trump because it was the wrong venue that was being utilized. But when this gets to the Supreme Court and they talk about the substance of the case, the substance of, is Donald Trump allowed to use the Alien Enemies Act to remove illegal aliens because we are always in a war on terror, do you believe this is going to hold up?
I do, mostly because of that prior Supreme Court ruling that you referenced, because, they ruled in his favor for another reason, but implicitly in their ruling was that it was okay to use this act because they're talking about what a process needs to be put in place. So if and it was a 5-4 decision, so if those 5 really had an issue with the act, they could have maybe, taking it up on the substance or doing something else. But it is kind of interesting because it is the same broader issue is whose decision is it to make when it's appropriate to, put this act into place? Is it the president or is it the judge's role to say when somebody's an alien enemy, when it's an incursion and things like that? And those are traditionally the types of things there's a lot of deference to the executive branch, meaning the president. So I think he has a very good shot here, and these judges are ruling against him, just saying it was inappropriate to use this act, and the act basically says, this is something the president gets to decide, and it almost says the courts aren't involved the way the act reads. It's like during, important times, war or anything else, the president needs to have the ability to remove dangerous people from the country, and I think most people would agree with that just on just principle. But ultimately, it will go to the Supreme Court. I think it breaks his way. There are a lot of cases that have gone against him lately, so this whole thing is really up in the air until that's decided.
All right. Jonathan Fahey, always spot-on analysis. How can folks find you on X?
John for Fairfax, JONFORFAIRFAX. And you could join Dan, who follows me now.
There you go. Thank you, Jonathan. And listen, if you can't find him, John for Fairfax on X, find me. I'm easier to find at Dan Mandis Show, and find Jonathan Fahey there. All right. 6:53, Nashville's Morning News on W. Just so we're clear, I have trouble spelling Fairfax too. Joan, how about you? When you lived on the East Coast, did you have problems spelling Fairfax?
No, it was
F-A-I-R-F-A-X. There you go.
It's not that difficult.
I know.
Just first thing in the morning it is.
I felt bad for Jonathan, so I was trying to throw him a bone. Moving right along. All right, what's coming up?
So we'll tell you what Metro Nashville council members are demanding from city leaders, and also the first trade deal announced by President Trump. We've got that and more coming up here at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Guys, we are literally days away from Mother's Day, so you got to make sure that you don't shank Mother's Day. My friends at Contours, they are here to help you with a great deal on facials and also those great belly buster treatments. Now listen, Mother's Day this weekend. Think about an incredible and transformative facial from Contours. They, of course, are famous for their ultra slim technology that stimulates collagen and tightens the skin, helping those fine lines and those age spots fade. And right now. Those facials, a very special price just for mom, $99 if you call this phone number right now. 615-236-9960, 615-236-9960 for contours. The first 10 callers get that special price right now, $99, and you're going to help mom feel better, look better, and become more confident. By the way, their famous belly buster treatments as well for mom. $99 right now when you call 615-236-9960. So both the belly buster treatment and the facial, each going for $99. It is the Mother's Day special from my friends at Contours, looking out for you. 615-236-9960. Find them online. It is ContoursLLC.com.
Good morning to you. 7 o'clock now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. New numbers for the ICE traffic stops conducted in South Nashville. ICE is now saying that out of 400 traffic stops, it has detained 94 people. And as we reported yesterday, at least one is a member of the Tren de Aragua gang and a convicted child sex predator also from Mexico who had been deported 2 times earlier. Meantime, some Metro Council members are crying foul over a phone call made from Homeland Security to Metro Police before the traffic stops began.
Hi, this is Inspector Sanders. I work for Homeland Security. The reason why I'm calling, I was hoping to set up extra patrols at an address off of Brick Church Park. It's our Immigrations and Customs Enforcement facility.
The inspector telling the dispatcher there that he expected there could be protest over the possible detainments. That request is routine, according to Metro Legal Director Wally Dietz. The council members apparently want the city to notify residents of security operations that they're aware of in advance. An Austin Peay State University football player was killed on Tuesday night after an alleged drunk driver operating a tractor-trailer truck ran into his car. His father says 22-year-old William Hardrick's car flipped several times.
It's just why William? William was the kid that, did everything right, stayed out of trouble, and stayed in school. Those obstacles.
The crash on I-65 near Huntsville, Alabama, involved 8 cars. Britain is reportedly set to sign a trade deal with the U.S., the first country to do so. The New York Times is reporting a briefing with the president will take place today. In fact, it'll take place at 9 o'clock Central Time at the Oval Office. And, of course, that'll be televised as well. More votes, no Pope.
More black smoke from the Sistine Chapel. Audible gasps as the smoke billowed out. The crowds rushing forward with their cameras up in the air to catch this piece of history. It's the second time we've seen that black smoke. 3 votes have now taken place, 1 last night and 2 this morning, which means no cardinal has yet reached the 2/3 majority to become pope.
ABC's James Longman reporting. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Stock futures getting a boost from that announcement about the trade deal with the U.S. and the U.K. So the Dow futures right now are plus 303. NASDAQ futures, they're up 241. And the S&P futures are gaining 49 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. got a crash this morning, and it involves some injuries, too. This is out at BNA Briley Parkway at KOC Boulevard or Karen Drive. That crash this morning causing some delays. Nashboro Village on Nashboro Boulevard at Flintlock Court. That's the scene of another crash this morning. And we've been hearing that there's some fog in some spots this morning, especially west of the city, so you may need a few extra minutes driving in. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.706 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Hope you are doing well. Man, we got a lot going on today. I think coming up at 7:35, 7:36, I'm going to, because people are asking me to replay this audio from the Chad Benson show yesterday. And he had a great interview. I actually liked the interview because what it really did was it showed the hypocrisy of the Democrats here in the state of Tennessee. So we are going to get into the conversation that Chad had with Afton Bain. And she is, of course, a state representative. And she said a lot of things during this interview with Chad yesterday. I liked the interview for a number of different reasons. And I thought that Chad did a great job of, and a lot better job than I could do, of allowing her to speak and, give her message to the people of Nashville. Now, her message was absolute crap, and I'm going to talk about that at 7:35, but looking forward to that. Again, you want to stay close, 7:35 here on Nashville's Morning News. Now, there was a great moment. A super texter actually pointed out to me the conversation between Jonathan Turley. Now, you folks know, if you've been listening to me for a while now, you know that I'm a big fan of Jonathan Turley. I'm not a big fan of New York Congressman Dan Goldman. Now, Dan Goldman is, I've referred to him before as like the village idiot for the Democrats. But you've got Turley who is up there, and he is testifying about government corruption and government spending and some of these other things in some sort of a hearing somewhere. But I love how Goldman starts going after, because remember that for Democrats, oftentimes if they don't have the ability to argue with you, then what they do is they just start going personal. And Dan Goldman, this is a viral bite that was on all over the place, I guess, this morning and yesterday, where Goldman gets shut down not only by Jonathan Turley, who is simply trying to answer a question, but also by Representative Andy Biggs. Listen to this.
Hearing. But the way to establish credibility is not, as you did, sir, just engage in personality attacks and personal innuendos. I'm happy to speak with you and to work with you about anything dealing with corruption in this building. I've been writing about that for 3 decades. I've been called as a witness for both the Democrats and Republicans dealing with that.
Well,
but the way to
I've only seen you as a witness.
Your time has expired, sir. Your time has expired.
I'm happy to yield back.
Did you finish your question?
Only that the way that we can actually regain.
I thought my time has expired.
Your time has expired. I said your time expired. He gets an opportunity to finish answering the question.
I'd like to reclaim my time.
No, you have no additional time. You are out of order.
He's answering my question.
You are out of order.
I would like to reclaim my time.
No, he's answering the question because you personally attacked him. I've said he can answer the question. I give that courtesy.
How did I personally attack him, Mr. Chairman?
You attacked his credibility. We're not going to get into
That's not a personal attack.
We're not getting into this right now. What we're going to
He's
get
a witness. His credibility matters, sir.
You are out of order. You are out of order. You're done. You can't say anything else right now. You may finish answering your question.
I love that. Village idiot Dan Goldman getting shut down by Andy Biggs. You are out of order, and you, pointing to Jonathan Turley, you can continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that the one lesson from this exchange is that it's possible that we can restore credibility in this institution if we can just get beyond the personal attacks.
There were no personal attacks, Mr. Turley. You are a witness.
Done.
Your credibility matters.
You, sir, you have lost your credibility with me. I gave that courtesy to everyone on this bench.
Mr. Chairman.
You ask a question. If they wanted to continue to answer beyond the time limit, I said, time's expired, you may answer the question. That's my routine. That's what I did today. You challenged him, asked him a question. You wanted an answer. Your time has expired. He is answering the question.
Mr. Chairman,
you don't like his answer. Because you don't like his answer, you want to shut him up.
What did I say? What did I say? When Democrats don't know what to say, when Democrats are losing the argument, then what do? They go to personal attacks. And you know what? I absolutely loved.
You are out of order.
I love that. As a matter of fact, next time Matt Murphy starts mouthing off.
You are out of order.
Oh, I like it.
You think that? You think we ought to just keep that on a hotkey somewhere?
Yeah.
You are out of order.
Joan, if you get
Can I take it home?
If you get mouthy,
you are out of order.
I'm just going to play that.
Uh-huh.
KGB,
you are out of order.
There you go. And it's all mine. You're not allowed to play it with me.
We're not gonna have we gotta put a limit on that. Like you only can put it a couple times a show because you are going to abuse that.
You know what, KGB?
You are out of order.
I may be, but I reclaim my time.
Oh, that's what they all say.
I don't even know what that means.
I don't even. I'm just.
What does that mean, Joan? You're smarter than all of us. What is?
Well, because they have a limited amount of time.
Yeah.
And if the conversation is taken over by the person, the witness,
right?
Then the congresswoman, whomever, congresswoman will say that they reclaim their time. They want it back. They want that time back that the witness has taken from them.
Your time is up.
But they want it back. They want it back so that they can continue to bloviate.
There you go.
Ooh, I like that word.
Yeah,
that's the word of the day.
Yeah,
bloviate.
Bloviate's our word of the day,
and it works so well for this show.
You are out of order.
Love this headline. Republicans in Tennessee State House say wave of ICE arrests will demagnetize Tennessee from the burdens created by Biden's border policies.
We've been unburdened.
I don't know about you, Joan, but I feel really unburdened. You're not out of order. The Tennessee House Republican Caucus on Tuesday said the recent wave of arrests by federal officials with the U.S. Department of Homeland Security and U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, which occurred during a joint law enforcement operation on Sunday and Monday, come after state lawmakers have passed legislation aimed at making the volunteer state a less attractive destination for illegal immigrants. You know, we always go back to Uncle Phil. Always go back to Uncle Phil. You've got to demagnetize America. You've got to demagnetize the state of Tennessee. And that's what these Tennessee House Republicans are talking about. And so if you make life more difficult, then guess what's going to happen? They're going to go someplace else. I love that. And I love, and coming up here in the next hour, we're going to do a deep dive into Chad Benson's interview that he had with a House Democrat yesterday. And I thought that Chad did an excellent job on this interview because he let Afton Bain speak. And what she said, in my opinion, proved that she's way off base on this topic of illegal aliens and the Tennessee Highway Patrol working with federal agents and ICE to rid our streets of these illegal aliens. And so, and I'm going to say the disclaimer that I made in the 5. I don't believe that Afton is a bad person. I just believe that she is woefully, and I mean woefully wrong on this issue. It is 7:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather goes, at 7:16, we do have scattered thunderstorms expected and a high of 76. When are these storms supposed to come in? Joan, I think you said about 1 o'clock?
Between 1 and 9. 1 o'clock this afternoon till 9 o'clock tonight.
Wow.
Yeah.
Kind of a wide window there, Joan. I got to tell you.
You are out of order.
I need something a little more concise.
Well, we could get our friend Stefano on the line if you'd like. But what he essentially was saying that is if we get sunshine this morning, if the sun comes out this morning, it's going to make for the conditions that create heavier storms, and then they'll last longer and they'll be a little more intense. If we get cloud cover, then it'll just be generic storms and it won't last long. It won't be terrible.
All right. Nothing tornadic.
Nothing tornadic, KGB.
Okay, very good. Nothing tornadic.
He loves us.
Pam Bondi. No, he actually doesn't. No. You know what KGB says to us?
You are out of order.
Hey, did you hear there's more conversation about the Epstein. Did you see that, please. Pam Bondi?
No.
Why can't they stop this? And folks, just so you know, I want the Epstein files very much so. I do. I want to see them. I want to know who did what. If there's video, and all these folks need to be held accountable, sex trafficking, the whole thing, right? But we had video and audio yesterday where we had the chair of the House Oversight Committee. He was saying, James Comer, he was saying that these don't exist. Otherwise, they would have been released by now. Well, Pam Bondi, this is what she said yesterday about the Epstein files.
James Comer said yesterday that all the Epstein files are missing. Can you confirm what you said? They still haven't heard from you.
No, the FBI, they're reviewing, there are tens of thousands of videos of Epstein with children or child porn. And there are hundreds of victims. And no one victim will ever get released. It's just the volume, and that's what they're going through right now. The FBI is diligently going through that. I haven't seen that statement, but I'll call him later and find out.
All right, so she's talking about James Comer. I believe either that or Kash Patel.
What did Comer say?
We talked about it yesterday. James Comer said that these tapes or this evidence, the Epstein files, they have either been destroyed or they don't exist.
They're never going to be found.
Remember, that's what, we played that yesterday.
Sorry, yeah.
No, it's all right.
I knew that. I just wanted you to repeat it for me.
Joan.
You are out of order.
Keep up.
Yeah.
Are you people tired of that already, listening in the car? Because I know that Joan and KGB are.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so a couple of things that are going on today. There's going to be a big announcement from President Trump on, apparently it's this deal with the UK, right? So it's a deal with the UK as far as tariffs and a trade deal. Is that what the big announcement is at 9?
Yes.
Okay.
It'll be out of the Oval Office with the president.
All right.
Yep.
Chris Hand is excited. He's going to cover that in real time.
Ooh.
Is what he said. Also, big news. I don't know if you've seen this this morning, Joan. Another automaker is moving some operations into America.
Oh, yeah?
Volkswagen, the second largest automaker in the world in 2024, is preparing to join the growing list of automakers looking to rearrange their factories in response to the tariffs. Mm-hmm. They say the German automaker's luxury brand Audi, which assembles most of its lineup in its home country, also Hungary, Mexico, Slovakia, Spain, and China. They're planning to make some of their crossover and SUV models here in America. On a recent earnings call, Audi's CFO added that they do plan to launch 10 new models in the U.S., with production locations to be announced in 2026. With no final decision, they say no final decision has been made. Sources speaking to German trade publications which I'm not going to try to pronounce, says Audi is scouting 3 potential locations in the U.S. One is Chattanooga, Tennessee.
Ah, check that out.
Because, they do have that big plant out there already.
Mm-hmm.
And so now they are talking about maybe expanding that plant and so forth.
So, gosh, Dan, this doesn't jive with the media narrative that the trade deals and all the President Trump is saying is ruining our economy.
It's ruining
and sending
our
us
economy.
into a terrible, terrible economic tailspin.
No, it
doesn't jive.
Doesn't jive. Well, you know what I say to the media?
You are out of order.
That's what I say to them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. By the way, Trump yesterday, because China and Scott Bessent and our representatives are going to be meeting with representatives of China over the weekend,
Mm-hmm.
and
In Switzerland.
The press, yes, in Switzerland, and they asked Donald Trump if he is going to give any kind of concessions to China.
China says in order to have substantive negotiations, you have to bring down your 145% tariffs. Are you open to pulling back your tariffs in order to get China to the negotiating table?
No.
And then he said to China,
"You are out of order."
All right, I'm done. That's the last time. I'm sorry.
Uh-huh.
Why do I do that, Joan?
Well, because
people get so upset.
I don't
know
know
why I do that.
Yeah.
I do it all the time. So I apologize. That'll be the last time that I play it.
No, it's not.
7:22. It actually is. 7:22 on Nashville's Morning News.
Wow, I've been corrected too.
You have?
1998 says it's jibe, G-I-B-E, not jive, J-I-V-E. I kind of like my jive, okay?
Is it jibe?
That's what 1998 says.
Well, we all say around here, if it's on the super text line, it must be true. 7:22, Joan Jones has the news coming up, and whether it's a jive or a jibe, I know that it's going to be great news.
Certainly is. We'll tell you what's up with the storms that are coming today. A little bit from Stefano about that forecast. And you would not believe the question that was asked by one reporter after 3 police officers were acquitted in the Tyree Nichols death. That story coming up here at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mandis here. Listen, preparing to sell your home can be costly and time-consuming. Skip the hassles of a traditional home sale and sell your home stress-free with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. You can say goodbye to the stress that comes with showings and open houses and costly home repairs. My friends at Mark Spain Real Estate, they are going to sell your home fast and for maximum value. Friends, if you're thinking about selling your home, you can receive that all-cash guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. Now listen to what their client Tyra had to say. Thanks to Mark Spain Real Estate, our home had several cash offers within 24 hours of it being on the market, and we closed in less than a month. With their guidance, the transaction was more seamless than we had ever hoped. Again, that's Tyra. Now, selling your home is one of the biggest financial decisions that you're ever going to make, so who you work with matters. With over 12,500 five-star reviews, you can trust the top real estate team in America to sell your home for top dollar. Call them, Mark Spain Real Estate, 855-299-SOLD, 855-299-SOLD, markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing. 725, Nashville's Morning News. Listen, if you own a BMW, an Audi, a Mercedes-Benz, a Porsche, any other European car, I've got great news for you. There is a new place to get your car serviced. They're called Renstall. Now, this is dealer-level service, but family-level care and honest pricing. They don't have a corporate mindset, just a family business helping out their neighbors and friends by delivering honesty, respect, and yes, exceptional service as well. They do offer the best technicians, the latest and greatest diagnostic equipment, and yes, they are dedicated to customer service, especially for our first responders. They do offer the Heroes Service Discount. Veterans, active duty military, first responders, emergency medical personnel, all of you get a 10% discount on all repairs, and that is definitely something that I can get behind. They also offer complimentary shuttle service and free Uber rides as well, immediate appointments, and a quick turnaround. So many reasons to love Renstall. And by the way, they do work on all European vehicles, and they are opening soon, and they are accepting appointments. Call them and tell them Dan told you to reach out, 615-777-7100. No job is too big or too small for Renstall, 615-777-7100. iTrustMyMechanic.com is the website, iTrustMyMechanic.com, conveniently located across the street from the Academy of Country Music and 5 minutes from Music Row. .729, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. All right, so very quickly, we do have a bit of a controversy, Joan. Jive versus jibe.
Yeah.
And so...
serious stuff.
So I've had KGB look up both. The definitions go.
So jibe, with the B, means to agree or be in harmony with something, while jibe can be mean to dance to a lively music style or talk in a deceptive way.
So I think Democrats jive.
Yeah, okay, good.
So I think we can say that. And as far as jibe goes, I think, Joan, I'm sorry, but the super texter was right. I believe.
So what?
Well,
you are out of order.
I'm out of order.
You know what? I made a promise that I would not play that again.
Yeah.
And
I still don't believe you.
Now, why KGB would you say that? That's just not very nice.
You are out of order.
That's whatever.
Yes.
7:30 on
Thank
WTN.
you. Good morning, 7:30. I'm Joan Jones, jiving with your top stories this morning. Want to let you know first that there's a crash. It's on 40 eastbound just before McCrory Lane, exit 192, and the left shoulder is blocked off there. And we begin this morning with spring weather, which is going to turn a little stormy around here later on today.
Late today into the early stages of tonight. Damaging wind gusts will be the main focus, but the stronger thunderstorms could even have some hail with them as well. And any thunderstorm, I will tell you now, whether it's severe or not, is going to have heavier rainfall with it. It's humid. It's the spring. It's what happens this time of year with thunderstorms.
Yeah, Stefano DiPietro telling us it's a 2 out of 5 on the threat scale. Not expecting any tornadic activity out of these storms either. 3 former Memphis police officers standing trial in the beating death of Tyree Nichols were found not guilty yesterday in their state trial. Defense lawyers successful after portraying Nichols as unwilling to cooperate with police or step out of the car during a traffic stop. This reporter's question of Shelby County DA Steve Mulroy, though.
Any thoughts about the jury being from Chattanooga and an all-white jury?
You know, obviously, people have mentioned that as an issue. I'm not going to speculate about that. You know, I think it's a testimony to the fairness of our criminal justice system that we bent over backwards to get a jury from another jurisdiction to assure that the defendants were given a fair trial.
Now, one of the officers was found guilty by a federal jury last fall of violating Nichols' civil rights, but the other 2 were acquitted. New anti-Semitic protests broke out at the campus of Columbia University in New York City yesterday. Masked protesters pushing past security to overtake the Columbia Library, beating drums and chanting. 2 officers were injured. 70 arrests were made, and now some action from the federal government.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio says his office will review the visa status of each person involved in the violence at Columbia, saying, quote, pro-Hamas thugs are no longer welcome here.
That's ABC's Andrea Fujii reporting. In fact, police officers locked the protesters into the library and wouldn't let them out until they showed their ID.
I love that.
Oh, I know.
I just love that.
And that is the latest news, traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
And the great thing about that, Joan, is that they go in and they refuse to leave, right? There's like hundreds of these people, apparently. They refuse to leave the library. So they say, all right, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. They lock the door and they won't let them out until they take their masks down and they see their ID.
Yep. Yep.
Oh,
smartest
man.
thing ever. I love it.
As I said, my favorite story of the day. All right, Lone Pronto, 7:33. Dan here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Are your monthly bills keeping you up at night? If you're worried about your finances in these crazy times, call my friends at Lone Pronto if you're a homeowner. Now, if you're like most people, you have racked up a sizable amount on your credit cards, a lot of debt, and the monthly payments probably not making a dent in it. Well, it is time to call my friends at Lone Pronto if you own a home. You have a super easy way to get tens, maybe even hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash. Lone Pronto has lots of options for helping you tap into that equity in your home and get the cash you need to get back on solid footing. Now, most homeowners who do this end up wiping out all their credit card debt and cutting their monthly expenses by $1,000. Now, listen, you didn't mean to end up here, but that doesn't mean that you need to keep stressing about money. Call my friends at Lone Pronto. Easy debt relief. 615-499-5780. 615-499-5780. LonePronto.com. Equal housing lender. NMLS 166-1781. Subject to lender approval. NMLSconsumeraccess.org. Love my friends at Stoltz Co. Listen, real quick. They are the premier pole barn builders here in the state of Tennessee, and you can use a pole barn for anything. They're really versatile. So if you have a land, maybe a piece of property that you don't know what to do with, call my friends at Stoltz Co. Again, you can use it for pretty much anything. And yes, they're built to stand the test of time. They're built really well. And you can use it as a garage, an event space, an equestrian building. You could just live in it. We call those barn dominiums. I'm fascinated by these things. By the way, you could also plan ahead and build your retirement home. Let Stoltz Co help you out. Call them 615-622-5992, 615-622-5992. Call Stoltz Co. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. They've also got great social media, Instagram and Facebook. You can see their handiwork also at their website for great ideas on what you can do. STOLTZCO, StoltzCo.com.
I am jive talking some traffic here for you, Dan.
Oh, my Lord. Really?
Do you like it? It's jive talking Bee Gees.
No, I got the reference.
Okay, got it.
Now, is that jive or jibe?
It's jive, Jive.
Okay, very good.
Okay.
Have you ever heard the Bee Gees pre-disco?
No.
You know what? They're actually really good because, you know, they were sort of like straight ahead, I don't know, rocker, folksy
Really?
kind of. Yeah.
Hold on, I kind of like jive talking. You got so much.
And then disco came along and they had all the hair and the white teeth and the tight jeans or whatever. And
didn't they?
They just totally went disco. Moving right
It
along.
was okay. All right, you want to hear the traffic?
Please.
Westmead, Highway 70S, west of Brookmont Terrace South. Got a crash there. Pegram on 40 eastbound before McCrory Lane, exit 192. The crash there blocks off the right shoulder. It is closed on Old Hickory Boulevard, both north and south this morning in Bellevue. Between I-40 and Charlotte Pike, there is a crash there, and they're trying to clean that up. And Hermitage, Old Hickory Boulevard at Lebanon Pike, that also the scene of a crash. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.738, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. State Representative Afton Bain. She was on the Chad Benson show yesterday, and it was a great interview. I thought that Chad, let me just get this out of the way right now because some people are hating on the interview. I thought it was a great interview because what Chad did was he allowed Afton Bain to talk about how she feels about ICE and the Tennessee Highway Patrol coordinating together to arrest a bunch of, illegal aliens and some criminals. And so I thought it was a great interview. And I pulled some sound bites because I want to point out the absolute lunacy in Afton Bain, who, by the way, I believe, and I've said this 1,000 times, I believe that she is probably a good person, just incredibly misguided. I want to say that right now. But Chad wanted to get her side on a few things, and so I want to play a few cuts. Chad Benson with Afton Bain, a Democrat state representative.
I think the biggest thing here is that the Tennessee Highway Patrol does not have a formal agreement with ICE. And this is a huge problem. And it's a big problem for, I think, your folks in particular, because it represents a significant expansion of state power without clear legal authority. And so if the Highway Patrol is able to conduct these enforcement and do the dirty work of the federal government, what is to stop them from expanding their authority further and coming after the rest of us?
Man. Okay, so let's just go down the list in that one soundbite. The dirty work of the federal government. I'm sorry, but wasn't dealing with illegal immigration one of the biggest things that people voted on here in the state of Tennessee? I'll answer for all of us. Yes, it was. Now, if she's talking about the dirty work of the federal government when her party and Joe Biden left the damn border open, then yeah, I would agree with that if that's the perspective that she was talking about, but she wasn't. She was talking about the dirty work of the federal government where she's accusing Donald Trump and ICE and all these folks of illegally absconding with all of these innocent illegal aliens off the streets of Nashville. So a couple of things. She is talking about something that I believe is something that we need to know. 287G agreement. That is a formal agreement between ICE and local law enforcement. From what she said, there is no 287G agreement. But remember that the Tennessee state legislature and the governor have all said, and we've passed laws as a state, that we do need to cooperate with immigration enforcement. We've passed a number of laws. And so I don't feel like I need to go through all of those again. But the question, I guess, for Afton Bain is that absent a 287G, the Tennessee Highway Patrol, she says, should not be involved with ICE enforcement. Here's exactly what she said.
And what they were doing is that we've heard some anecdotes of, asking people where your license is, show me your tattoos, are you here illegally? So that the anecdotes on the ground are not in alignment with the scope of their jurisdiction at this moment in time.
Apparently it's not jibing, but we'll have to wait and see what happens. The story, of course, goes that the Tennessee Highway Patrol pulled people over for traffic violations, but then, according to Afton Bain, they started asking about tattoos and documents. But remember that from what we have heard, and Channel 4 reported that they had a story yesterday about how these traffic stops went, where you've got audio of the stops and you've got, 47 seconds where the discussion is all about why they were stopped, but then it does turn to the issues regarding immigration.
It has all the signs of a normal traffic stop.
The reason I was stopping you is for speeding.
Only this one wasn't.
So I'm an officer with Immigration and Customs Enforcement.
While this driver was pulled over for his speed by the trooper, he only talked to the trooper about that for 48 seconds. Another 7 minutes of questioning surrounded his immigration status.
So where were you born? How long have you lived in the U.S.? You have papers to be here?
So what I've heard is that it was ICE who was asking those questions. The THP does the stop, the traffic stop. Then immigration enforcement was involved as well. Now, a lot of people are saying and pointing out, okay, well, wait a minute. You've got Paragon Mills, you've got Antioch and some of these other places, and you had a total of somewhere around 400 traffic stops. And people are saying, well, boy, that's awfully suspicious. 400 people who just happened to have immigration issues were stopped. Yeah, but we had, 84? I think we reported this morning, 84 total arrests, I believe. So we'll have to work some of this out. But here's the thing, is that with Afton Bain, she does that quantum leap that somehow this is going to lead to the rest of us being snatched up. And we've been talking about this the last couple of days, and kidnapped and disappeared, which, obviously, in my opinion, incredibly silly. But that's what she did. And again, it feels like all of this is process as opposed to the issue of illegal immigration and criminals on our streets and in our city. But Afton Bain, it felt like she was worried more about process than all of these folks who broke our immigration laws. And I know that this is a familiar conversation. Why is it a familiar conversation? Because we've been talking about this with the Democrats for how long now? She is worried more about the process than when they were breaking the process, breaking into our country. Because realize that's what happened. During the 4 years with Joe Biden, we had millions of people breaking into our country. And nobody on the left, including Afton Bain, was worried about the process being broken then. Only now, when we're trying to get rid of them, does she seem to be upset about some sort of process being broken. But I get it. Democrats are going to do what Democrats are going to do. And as far as these 287Gs, then we got to figure out, okay, well then if there is some paperwork that needed to be filed, then we need to file it. But for me, the selective outrage is so incredibly telling. My message to Afton Bain, where the hell were you the last 4 years when Joe Biden was letting all these people into the country? But now you're worried about several dozen illegal aliens who also apparently, some of them are convicted criminals. You're more worried about them being deported. And so again, she goes down the road of due process for the illegal aliens. Again, this is State Representative Afton Bain yesterday speaking to Chad Benson.
Apparatus, and I've seen a lot of comments on, local news media hits as to well, they're not owed their due process because they're undocumented. But that's not true. That is not how this country operates, and that is not what is in our Constitution.
All right. Well, you know what? An immigration expert would actually disagree with you, Afton Bain, and I've got that audio coming up next. Traffic real quick on WTN. Today, high of 76 and scattered thunderstorms as well. Right now, 76 at Super Talk, 99.7 WTN. All right, talking about this interview, State Representative Democrat Afton Bain with Chad Benson. She talks about how these illegal aliens, they are entitled to due process. They are entitled to a hearing. Now, remember yesterday over there on MSNBC, they were trying to hash all of this out. Morning Joe. Believe it or not, Morning Joe had an expert on immigration law, a guy by the name of Danny Cervelos, and he says that, listen, they're not entitled to this concept of due process if they don't have the proper documentation.
Federal law allows for even broader and speedy removal than has been used in the past. And expedited removal, as you talked about, allows for summary removal. That means no entitlement even to a hearing, possibly within 24 hours. It hasn't been used as broadly as, say, the Trump administration might want to use it, but under the statute, it is permissible to remove aliens who arrive at the border and even those who have been here for 2 years, although that 2-year provision you talked about is the lesser used in practice. But just because it isn't used very often doesn't mean it's not a part of federal law that can be used. And it will be used because it's permitted under federal law. The Congress, in its infinite wisdom, decided that aliens who arrive at the border, and they define people who arrive at the border as people who have even been here 2 years, if they have fraudulent documents, if they don't have sufficient documents, they can be removed in an expedited fashion unless they seek asylum. So you don't run into those due process concerns, at least presumably because that statute, as it exists today, is still valid.
All right, so I will be the first to admit it would appear, and I'm no immigration attorney, certainly, but it would appear that at the very least, there is some disagreement over this notion of due process. And I pointed out many times, how often do these folks actually show up for their hearings? We all know that they don't. We had Jonathan Fahey on earlier, and he basically said the same thing. Jonathan Fahey, again, a guy who used to work in the Trump administration, and he also says, yeah, they don't really get due process. So it seems to me there's some disagreement, but it seems like Trump is perhaps expanding expedited removal. Let's not forget that Obama did this as well, but it does allow certain illegal aliens to be deported without this notion of due process. And I just played you the audio on MSNBC, where a guy, immigration law expert, says, no, they don't have due process. So the lawyers are going to, I'm going to be the first to admit, the lawyers are going to have to figure all this out. But as far as Afton Bain goes, in this interview with Chad Benson, she also doesn't actually believe that the authorities have actually arrested criminals.
Diverting state law enforcement and local law enforcement resources away from real public safety threats, of which we can all get behind, right? Like violent crime, drug trafficking, human trafficking. And I just want to reiterate that. She
does realize that the illegal aliens that were arrested, according to the Department of Homeland Security, they were popped for illegal guns. They were popped for, there was another guy, violent crime, assault, child sex predator, and let's not forget Kilmar Abrego Garcia, clearly a human trafficker. So when she said that, where our resources should go to, battling real problems like, and then she named those problems, well, literally, that's what they pulled off the streets. But you see how nonsensical this interview was, not on the part of Chad, but with Afton Bain. She's just not making any sense if she looks at it from a rational perspective.
Enforcement resources away from real public safety threats, of which we can all get behind, right? Like violent crime, drug trafficking, human trafficking. And I just want to reiterate that DHS, the statement that came out that said that they had, I guess, captured someone from this Venezuelan gang, et cetera, that has not been corroborated by any local reporter or national reporter.
Because the reporters do such great work, right, on this kind of thing. Well, Homeland Security does say that they captured a child sex predator, drug dealers, a Tren de Aragua gang member, somebody convicted of assault as well. So here's my thing. All right, then. Let's get the information out there. And then when the information is released, then Afton said that she would come back on, and I believe what she said was she would eat crow. And I would love to see her eat crow. I really would. Now, we'll probably debate, of course, whether or not the Tren de Aragua guy was actually TDA, because that's what we apparently do in this country. But this other stuff, again, if there's convictions, bring them on. The thing I love, though, is when she said this.
So we have no idea who these people are. We're trying to get more information from them, but it is a really clandestine activity.
So I want to repeat that one part.
So we have no idea who these people are.
Are you kidding me? The lack of self-awareness. We don't know who these people are. What have conservatives been screaming about with Biden for 4 years? When he was flying people into this country. He was flying people into cities all across Tennessee and America. Unvetted, had no idea who they were. Plus, of course, we had all of those folks that came in across the border. So when she says, we have no idea who these people are that are being deported, well, we didn't know about, who the 20 million people were that were allowed into this country. So you hear the lack of self-awareness. It's like, I'm listening to this interview and I'm going nuts. As I always say, you are defined by what you are outraged over. And so, Afton Bain, you weren't or not outraged by millions coming into this country. And we don't know who they are, but you are outraged over a few dozen being deported. And yeah, we don't know who they are. She also complained about the fact that there hasn't been transparency with the Tennessee Highway Patrol.
That is a problem for Tennesseans. That is a problem for taxpayers. That is a problem for me as a watchdog for government accountability and transparency. That is sketchy.
Okay, so spare me with the righteous indignation where you call yourself a watchdog for government accountability and transparency. I got to tell you, this is getting better by the second. And believe it or not, I'm not done. There are 2 more sound bites that are absolutely insane. I'm covering the highlights or the lowlights of Afton Bain and her interview with Chad Benson. I love that she called herself a watchdog for government accountability. Oh, there's more. There's a lot more, and I've got it for you coming up on Super Talk 99.7, 7:54, and Joan Jones is in the WTN Newsroom. Joan.
Yeah, I want to tell you about the latest really dumb TikTok trend that's getting a lot of kids in trouble and causing some harm as well. That's coming up here at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 7:54 on WTN. Dan Mandis here with Tony from Cabinet Solutions and mycabinetsolution.com. Tony, always great to have you on. You have a great Mother's Day special coming up.
I do, Dan. And you know what? I've discussed with you before. We have promotions here at Cabinet Solutions every once in a while. I mean, we do. It's real. We don't inflate those prices just to bring them down and act like we're having some kind of sale. I hate that. But today, I'm offering a 2-day only Mother's Day special. And your listeners, all they've got to do is go to the website, mycabinetsolution.com, go to the contact form, fill it out. It's real simple, and request a Mother's Day appointment. Now, listen, all they got to do is make the appointment today or tomorrow. They can make the appointment for 2 to 3 weeks away. It doesn't matter. And if they do that and they purchase cabinets with us, I am personally going to pick up the tab on the installation of these cabinets.
Wow, look at you.
Because that is an expensive part of the cabinets. But I want to take care of the mothers out there. So you dads and husbands, I think you know what you need to do. This is the Mother's Day special this year. Do it for your mom or your wife.
All right, that website, contacts page, mycabinetsolution.com, mycabinetsolution.com.
Good morning, 8 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. There are a couple of crashes this morning in Bellevue, Old Hickory Boulevard. Both directions between I-40 and Charlotte Pike all shut down. That's closed because of a crash that's being cleaned up. You've got a crash as well in West Mead. West Mead at 70S. Highway 70S, west of Brookmont Terrace S. That is also the scene of a crash. We'll have more in traffic and weather right after the news. A former Williamson County girls wrestling coach is facing more than 20 child exploitation charges. Geston Gordon is in jail now on $200,000 bond. Alexandria Adams from Channel 4.
They started looking into Gordon after a tip about a 13-year-old girl in Ohio reportedly being extorted online for nude pictures. Now, the suspect's activity was then linked back to Williamson County.
Now, the sheriff's office is asking anyone with more information about this Coach Gordon to give them a call. The back and forth between Nashville council members and Immigration and Customs Enforcement continues over those weekend traffic stops. Fox 17 reports that at a council meeting yesterday, Councilwoman Sandra Sepulveda raised eyebrows with a request. She said, quote, MMPD should start enforcing and pulling over the ICE agents who are terrorizing our community. Her words, similar to an illegal immigrant advocate.
The only people that are unwanted here are the ICE agents.
Now, that group held a candlelight vigil last night, in their words, to honor the 94 people detained by ICE. An Austin Peay State University football player was killed in a car crash Tuesday night while traveling on I-65 near Huntsville, Alabama. 22-year-old William Hardrick's mother says Hardrick had been headed home to pick up his real ID.
All we know is he was headed home in a 18-wheeler. The guy was intoxicated. He was drunk, and he ran through 8 cars and kept going.
Now, that string of crashes shut down the interstate for nearly 30 miles. The semi-truck driver, 31-year-old John McAdams, has been charged with murder, leaving the scene of an accident and DUI. The latest dumb TikTok trend, kids sticking a paper clip or some other sharp metal object into the charging port of Chromebooks. Those are the computers that students use in classrooms.
The batteries that are essentially catching on fire, once they burn, they're producing this toxic smoke.
Yeah, Warren County parents got a notice from the school saying damaging the Chromebooks is an act of vandalism and the parents could be held financially responsible. Market numbers now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Stock futures ahead after President Trump announced a trade deal with the United Kingdom. We've got Dow futures up 221 right now. NASDAQ futures plus 223 and the S&P futures are up 43 points. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Still working that crash scene on Old Hickory Boulevard. It is closed both directions in Bellevue between I-40 and Charlotte Pike while that cleanup continues this morning. A crash on 70 West, Highway 70 South. Make that west of Brookmont Terrace. That's in West Mead. Also, you've got an accident in Hermitage, Old Hickory Boulevard at Lebanon Pike, and just another one, Pegram on I-40 before McCrory Lane. The right shoulder is blocked off. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.807 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And welcome on into the fourth and final hour. Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Afton Bain, Tennessee representative, Democrat, and she was on with Chad Benson yesterday. And so I'm playing some select cuts from an interview that I liked very much. And the reason, and I thought Chad handled it perfectly, because he did something that I would have a really hard time doing, and that is just letting her speak. Because I'm listening to this interview yesterday, and it's like every 25, 30 seconds, I want to just butt in and just start debating her. But I think Chad did a great job at just having a conversation and hearing her side. The problem, of course, she's a Democrat, and it sounds like she is pro-illegal immigration. And so her problem is that she is making a lot of accusations against ICE and the Tennessee Highway Patrol. I've already played, I think, 5 cuts. I want to pick up where I left off, where she complained about the fact that there has not been transparency with the Tennessee Highway Patrol. I'm going to replay this cut real quick.
That is a problem for Tennesseans. That is a problem for taxpayers. That is a problem for me as a watchdog for government accountability and transparency. That is sketchy.
So I thought that where she calls herself a watchdog for government accountability and transparency, my Lord, that is rich. Because if you're such a watchdog, I would say to Democrat Afton Bain, Tennessee representative, then where were you in your self-appointed role as watchdog for government accountability and transparency? Where were you when Joe Biden and Alejandro Mayorkas and Kamala Harris were saying that the border was secure? I'll wait. Did you say anything? No? Okay, I'll move on. Where were you, Afton Bain, self-appointed watchdog for government accountability and transparency, when your side accused the Border Patrol of whipping Haitians when they didn't? I don't know if the left has admitted that they completely lied about that or not, but they did. Where were you when the Democrats were simply calling a gang member, wife beater, and human trafficker simply a Maryland man? Where were you? And so I would say that calling herself a watchdog for government accountability and transparency Number one, good Lord, what self-importance. That must be a very difficult moniker to live up to. But you're not, as evidenced by the previous 4 years under the regime of Joe Biden. And I would say that self-importance clearly is not earned. She also said that it's not the illegal aliens who are causing issues here in America.
However, it is not undocumented immigrants to be blamed for what is happening in this country. It is the billionaire class or greedy corporations that are paying these politicians to pass policies that hurt your life. And so I just want to say that to your audience right now is that, independent of what happened and how you feel about undocumented immigrants, the real threat is corporate power and the wealthy that are driving fear and stoking fear to pit us against each other.
Please, Afton, tell that to the families of Laken Riley and Rachel Marin. Tell that to the families of those killed by illegal alien, non-English speaking truck drivers. Tell that to the teachers who are trying to teach all of these kids across Tennessee who cannot speak English. Now, I'm not saying that we don't have other problems here in America and here in Tennessee, but let's be honest. If you're sitting here and trying to not acknowledge the problems that we have in this country because of illegal immigration, you're destroying your own credibility, right? Finally, Afton Bain, on with Chad Benson, spoke about the resources being used to target these folks here illegally.
I think both sides want federal immigration reform, but it's just not happening. And I just want to reiterate that, these operations, mass scale, this has never happened in Tennessee history.
Do you know why that is, Afton? Do you know why we have not seen these mass operations? Because we never saw such a mass operation from the federal government during the Biden administration, your party, mind you, that let in tens of millions of illegal aliens. And so that's why we are now seeing this massive operation. And I got news for you. I don't think it's massive enough. People voted for Donald Trump and Republicans to take care of the problem of illegal immigration, not only in the state of Tennessee, but across America. And as Chad pointed out yesterday, people are really pissed. I would like to know if there's anyone that Afton Bain would like to deport, or does she just want to ignore the fact that we have seen some pretty bad hombres that were arrested as a result of these raids or traffic stops or whatever it is that you want to call them over the weekend and into Monday? So I would agree that I would agree with a lot of you that we do need to use resources to combat, illegal immigration.
That it diverts resources away from real public safety threats. Why are we spending taxpayer dollars to detain people who are trying to get to work, literally driving Uber, dropping off their kids while ignoring the real criminals trafficking drugs and guns across the state? Because I have, once again, highly suspect of that DHS narrative.
Trafficking guns and drugs across the state. Well, as it so happens, that is exactly the kind of crimes that they have announced as far as the people that they have arrested. Stolen guns, people who have been convicted of drugs. Kilmar Abrego Garcia, of course, again, as we all know, clearly a human trafficker. So for Afton Bain, I got to tell you, I listened to that interview, Joan, and I could only think of one thing.
You are out of order.
Thank you. Thank you. Can I just tell you that I know that I promised not to play that, but people were begging me to do it on the super text line, so I had to do it. I don't think
I'm going to look to see if that's true.
You go right on ahead. So here's the thing, Joan, and people are telling me that I'm naive because I don't believe that Afton is a bad person. I just think she's misguided. I think that she honestly believes this crap that she's spewing, but I poked like 15 holes in some of her arguments.
Okay, so
I pointed out
use
the hypocrisy and everything else.
The logic, though, that they would use on somebody, if it was the other way around, I hate doing the what ifs, but if it was the other way around, they'd be saying, boy, Afton Bain is dangerous to how the rest of us think. Her ideas are being spread to other people.
Yeah, you're right.
And, you know,
By the way, this came out. THP releases new arrest data from traffic stops involving the ICE agents. Let's see here. The Tennessee Highway Patrol released arrest data from its coordinated traffic enforcement operation with U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. According to THP, troopers made 369 traffic stops in the Nashville area over the last few days. The following arrests were made: hazardous moving violations, 2 DUI arrests, 1 child endangerment arrest, 1 felony evading arrest, a couple of drug arrests, 4 felony wanted persons, 1 motorist arrest. They say that each traffic stop was made due to observed hazardous moving violations, with immigration agents conducting their questioning of the individuals involved separately. They say ICE is detained. This is from WSMV, by the way. ICE has detained a reported 94 individuals, either, and this is a little different from what we've been reporting. I know the numbers were a little different, I think. ICE has detained a reported 94 individuals, either for further investigation, transport, so on and so forth. They also point out at least 1 known gang member, Tren de Aragua, a transnational criminal organization that originated from Venezuelan prisons, and so on and so forth. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what else to say about it other than I think that she is willfully ignorant, Afton Bain, willfully ignorant or just, completely clueless. But whatever. You know what? All opinions are welcome on Super Talk 99.7. And I'm glad that Chad had her on. Absolutely glad that Chad had her on. And hopefully she'll be back. Got anything else, Joan, or am I done?
I think you're done.
I think I've said it all, haven't I?
You have.
It's like enough already, Mandis. All right, a couple of other things real quick. Super text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. 2865 wants to deport Dan. Why would you want to deport little old me? People want to send me back to California, and I don't know why.
Oh, well, see, that wouldn't be nice.
I'd say,
It's California.
California is just as bad as Mexico these days. Moving right along. Let's see here. John says that I'm thinking you're pretty naive to believe that she actually believes that crap she's spewing. Why would she lie about that? I don't know why she would lie about that. Afton Bain? I don't know.
She seems pretty convinced.
She sure does.
Yeah.
Man, I got to tell you. All right, anyway, it is 8:18, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Super text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737 WWTN. There seems to be some controversy, by the way, Joan, on the Super text line.
Really?
Yes. So Trump has a big announcement today at 9.
Mm-hmm.
It's about this big thing with the UK, United Kingdom. I almost said Ukraine. And but is that the big earth-shaking announcement that Trump was talking about yesterday?
He said
that we talked about
it didn't have anything to do with trade.
That's exactly right, Joan.
So I don't think so. I think there's more.
We might be having just like all of these great announcements with Donald Trump.
Yep.
There are, by the way, and I know this, folks. I saw it too. Newsweek and a couple of other places talking about how Donald Trump's approval rating is starting to go up a little bit. It is starting to stabilize. And I would say stabilize with the market. The futures right now, we're going to open in, 11 minutes? Mm-hmm. And so the futures market is looking good this morning. I said yesterday, I believe that the markets are stabilizing, and that is why Donald Trump's approval rating is also beginning to stabilize a little bit and is also starting to go up a little bit. I mean, I'm just talking about like a point or two. But here's the thing, folks. I don't get excited over Trump's numbers going up. I don't get excited over Trump's numbers going down because I believe that the polling data oftentimes is weaponized and manipulated. So if a whole bunch of polls are going to say the same thing, well, then I might talk about it. But I think we have all learned in the past that polling data, it's nothing but, what's the word I'm looking for? Not hyperbole. Rhetoric. It's kind of rhetoric, propaganda. A lot of polling is like propaganda. And a lot of these folks, whether it is ABC, CBS, NBC, whatever it is, oftentimes it does come off as propaganda because, yes, they're trying to convince the American people that Donald Trump is doing a terrible job. And as I've said before, the media has been hyper-focused on trying to talk us into a recession. There's a lot of news on Donald Trump. A lot of it is good. Some of it is bad. I'll keep covering both. It is 8:21 on Nashville's Morning News. Black smoke billows as third round of voting brings no new pope. The conclave continues.
Dun, dun, dun.
So
All the drama.
Apparently somebody got mad at Murphy's show yesterday because he wasn't covering like the conclave appropriately, apparently, according to someone. I don't know. I didn't hear that, but somebody mentioned to me on the super text line. All we're doing is waiting, folks. All we're doing is waiting. So we don't know when we're going to have a new pope. And so there's not much to say other than black smoke, black smoke.
It's because all of the television stations are hyper-focused on the process. So they love the drama and they love the process about how they clothe themselves and the locking of the room and the security effort. That's what TV is teaching people to be focused on.
Okay. Can I say that there's a lot of really intriguing and important stuff going on here, too?
You would think people would understand that.
8:22, Nashville's one. You didn't do your tease. I'm sorry. John, what's coming up at 8:30?
We'll have details like, the timing, the intensity of those thunderstorms that are headed our way. And then we're reaching the top of the hour here when President Trump's Oval Office trade deal announcement comes. So we're going to check on how it affects stocks at the opening bell at 8:30 and then keep an eye on things in the Oval Office for 9 o'clock. That's all coming up here at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Mother's Day is coming up this weekend. And guys, if you're stuck, okay, so let's go through all of the recommendations that I've made for Mother's Day. DT McCall's, a great washer and a dryer or something plug-inable. We've talked about contours and a belly buster or a facial treatment, but you could also go a little more traditional and go to Brentwood Jewelry.
Oh, yes, this is it.
Joan, you're talking about diamonds.
Yes. Now you're talking, Dan.
I've been to Brentwood. I love when you go Philly, Joan. Yeah. So when when you want to go a little more traditional and you want to go diamonds, I happen to know firsthand because I've been to Brentwood Jewelry many times. They got diamonds and so much more. For over 50 years, Brentwood Jewelry has been proudly serving the Brentwood community with exceptional style and exceptional deals every single day, including today as we head into Mother's Day weekend. They are a family-owned and operated business spanning 3 generations. They are deeply rooted in the community, from Salem Service and Special Forces to his son serving as local firefighters. The Amamali family is dedicated to giving back, and they are helping you out with great deals on all things jewelry as we head into Mother's Day. So, Joan, help me here. You've got rings, you've got earrings, you've got like necklaces and pendants and that kind of thing too, right?
Yep.
So those are all
Ankle
things.
bracelets are really cool.
Ankle bracelets?
Yeah.
Okay, ankle bracelets as well. And they, I'm assuming, have diamonds.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so very good. So I do know that Brentwood Jewelry has ankle bracelets as well. So if you haven't done your shopping yet, Brentwood Jewelry is another option, another place you can go. It is 8:24. Nashville's Morning News on WTN. You know, you could also buy a mom for Mother's Day a carpet cleaning, Joan, with Zero Res. No? This is my carpet cleaning company, Zero Res, and maybe for mom, just go with my sponsors and get the carpet cleaned for Mother's Day.
What?
Now,
why would you do that?
You ready for me to say something really sexist?
Oh, go ahead, Dan. I love when you hang yourself.
Nope, I'm not going to do it. I've been a client for years and years of Zero Res. One big reason is they really do help with my allergies. Carpet is the #1 air filter inside your home. It filters out airborne particulates, pollen, bacteria, you name it. Zero Res will figure out the bad stuff so you can keep your filter clean. And Zero Res does this better than anyone. They don't use any harsh chemicals or soaps, just powered water that leaves behind soft and fluffy carpets. Now remember, a clean filter means a healthier home. Here in allergy season, that is critical for you and your family. You know, they haven't raised their prices in years at Zero Res, and every month a new offer is offered to save you money. 2 rooms of carpets cleaned right now, just $109 plus. You are going to get a free hallway. Let me repeat that. 2 rooms of carpets cleaned, $109 plus. You are going to get a free hallway, 25% off of area rugs as well. Restrictions may apply. 615-535-9376. 615-535-9376. Book online. ZeroResNashville.com.
Good morning. It's now 8:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. There is a crash. It's in Westmead, Highway 70S, west of Brookmont Terrace South this morning. That's causing some delays in that area. Be careful. We've got more in traffic and weather after the news. Stormy weather headed our way today in WSMV4. Stefano DiPietro telling us that if we get some sun this morning, it's going to fuel stronger storms. And how about that timeline?
So between 1 o'clock this afternoon and 9 o'clock this evening, that's the window for strong to severe thunderstorms. The main focus of any thunderstorm will be around damaging wind gusts.
And also lots of rain, maybe some hail, and probably no tornadoes. We have more information about a crash that we've been telling you about that shut down Old Hickory Boulevard in Bellevue early this morning. News 2 is reporting that the accident involved a car hitting someone riding a bicycle. It happened about 5 o'clock this morning, right near McKay's bookstore. Now, the person on that bike was taken to the hospital with life-threatening injuries. At the time of the crash, it appears that area was under a heavy fog. The driver did stay on the scene. Deal 1 is apparently in the books. That's the news from President Trump's Truth Social account this morning. He announced a trade deal with the United Kingdom, calling it a full and comprehensive deal. The White House is holding a press conference in the Oval Office at 9 o'clock Central to make the formal announcement. Here's what they say over at CNBC.
Meanwhile, on the China front, a Chinese Commerce Ministry spokesman saying today that the U.S. needs to show sincerity. We said that yesterday in trade talks and be prepared to cancel unilateral tariffs.
Yeah, President Trump said that he would not drop the 145% tariff on China as a condition of sitting down at the negotiating table. Money News brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com. So stocks have begun trading, and the Dow Jones Industrials is off to a 219-point start. The NASDAQ is up 180. S&P 500 index is plus 37 points. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 8:32, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I've been telling you for years about United Structural Systems. They are experts in waterproofing, concrete leveling, and foundation repair. Now, this is a great company. They've helped me several times with my home, and that is why I proudly endorse United Structural Systems. Now, I am one of 30,000 satisfied customers. Listen to this recent review on Google. A guy says at USS, they were highly professional. The crew was phenomenal from start to finish. They treated his home as if they were working on their own. And he does give USS 5 stars all the way. Now, USS, they're not going to charge you for any unnecessary repairs, and they're not going to pay you a dime until the work is done and you are a satisfied customer. We guarantee our best. Call USS at 615-488-7855, 615-488-7855, USSTN.com. .834, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Dan Mandis here. Listen, if you've been sidelined with chronic back, neck, and knee pain, check out my friends at the Wellness Institute of Nashville and Dr. Kevin Mitchell. Now, I've been a client of his for over 10 years, and I've never felt better. Now, I arrived in Tennessee over a decade ago, maybe how you're feeling now. I went through spinal decompression therapy. I had chronic back pain, and it really did help me a lot. Every once in a while, I need an adjustment. Dr. Mitch does indeed fix me right up. And right now, a great deal. The Wellness Institute of Nashville is offering the Big 47 offer in honor of our 47th president. 47% off spinal decompression therapy. This is great. They utilize the latest high-tech equipment in their state-of-the-art facility to provide effective non-surgical solutions. Dr. Mitchell and Dr. Ashley, they're committed to helping you overcome back and knee pain. Call them today at 615-246-5009, 615-246-5009, painisbad.com.
Okay, so we still have some delays this morning in Bellevue, Old Hickory Boulevard. Both directions between I-40 and Charlotte Pike still closed off because of that accident we told you about involving a car and somebody on a bicycle. Also, Upperland, Briley Parkway, the northbound side before McGavick Pike, exit 12. There's a crash and the right shoulder is blocked. And utility work, it's in Pleasant View, the Boat Factory Road between Tumble Drive and Pin Oak Drive. It's closed off there for the utility work. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.836, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. How are you? First of all, we've got a job to do. And
do we have to?
We do. I've been doing it for 3 hours and 37 minutes and 8 seconds.
Okay.
Joan, you want to do the honors on this dude that wants to do a shout out to his fiance?
Oh, I like this. Okay, hold on. I have to go back and find it now.
For a second, I thought you guys were going to come at me with something when you said, Joan, do you want to do the honors? I was like, what do they got for me?
No.
So the best use of the super text line ever. So a guy texts in and he says, can you guys give my fiance a shout out and tell her that I love her and I hope she's loving her new car.
Oh.
Her name is Nikki and Mike is the fiance. And so Nikki, he loves you. Isn't that just a cute way to use the...
Did you see the follow-up text, though, Joan? He also had a message for Nikki. He says, oh, Nikki, you blow my mind. You blow my mind. Hey, Nikki.
He did not say that,
hey, Nikki.
Dan.
That's a really long text.
I don't think he's
Wait a minute.
that dorky.
That's Mickey, isn't it? Oh,
yeah,
Mickey, you're so fine. You're so fine. You blow my mind. Hey, Mickey.
I thought you did it on purpose.
I did.
Yeah.
That's just what I...
That's what you do.
Just forget it.
You know, maybe I do need to be deported.
I literally just almost walked off the show.
So that was Mike that sent that in?
That was Mike, yeah.
Mike understands the value of having a based and red-pilled fiance, and he doesn't want to let that go. So
exactly right.
He wants to hit her all over the place, you know? Make sure she knows that she's loved.
Now, here's what's funny, though.
I want an invitation to the wedding. Just saying.
Right. You should officiate it, Joan.
Wouldn't that be cool?
Why don't you become ordained and Preacher Joan, Reverend Joan, can do the honors? I
don't think I'd do well doing that.
Make it happen, Joan.
Come on, Joan.
I just want to dance at the reception. Come on, guys.
The people want you there, Joan.
Yeah. The people do. Let's go to the phones. Would you want Joan to officiate your wedding? So, what was I going to say? Oh, have you thought about this, though, Joan? Because I actually, when we do these kinds of things, I actually have a worry.
Really?
Yeah. Like, is it possible that Mike knows that Nikki is a big WTN fan?
Mm-hmm.
And what if, like, Mike just broke up with Nikki and it's a troll?
And he's stalking her.
And he's stalking her
us.
and he like keyed her car.
Whoa.
Like, what if... No, I'm asking a question. This could be like a reverse psychology kind of thing that Mike is doing on Nikki.
Mike is like really messing with her.
Nikki, I hope you're okay.
Have you been watching too many movies?
Nikki, blink if you need help.
All right, moving right along. Congratulations on the nuptials.
Yeah, so congratulations to those guys and also say a prayer just in case.
That's exactly right. Here's what so my favorite story of the day is out of Columbia University. You and I were talking a little bit about this off the air. Now, you said you weren't going to cover it.
I'm just so bored with whiny
but
college students.
I know, but this one is a great
illegal
story.
aliens and the protesting.
This is a great story, though, because
we get it. You hate Jews, and this is where you're going to do it.
Yeah, but here's what they did, though. What they did was is there an official number, Joan? Is it like 400? About 400, I don't know how many, but a lot of these Hamas-loving, Israel-hating
stories. But go ahead.
Jewish folks.
Yeah.
Oh, right, whatever.
It was a gaggle of them.
It was a gaggle.
A gaggle.
And so they break into the library at Columbia University, and they start screaming, right? Of course. And it's like, we love Hamas, we hate Israel,
Sounds like a Joe Biden or Kamala Harris rally.
Yeah. And so then, but you know what happens then is they won't leave the library. And so
they did know that you're not supposed to shout in the library, right?
Absolutely. You know what they also knew? That you're not supposed to injure security guards, which is what they did. But they wouldn't leave the library. And so you know what they did? They locked them in the library. That's the new twist. Because I'm with you. I'm kind of bored of this.
Yeah.
But that's the new twist is that they locked them into the library and they wouldn't let them out.
It's like, you want to act like children? We'll treat you like children. Try some reverse psychology.
And they wouldn't let them out until they showed ID and dropped their masks.
I love it.
And so now Marco Rubio, Joan had the story earlier, Marco Rubio is like, okay, well, let's see if you're here on a student visa. And if you are, as you know, it is now the law of the land that if you come here and you participate in this kind of stupidity, well, then we're going to cancel your visa and away you go. And I love the audio. Oh, you're hurting me. It's like, well, you know what? I'm sorry, but you put yourself in this position. So that is the story. And that's why I like it so much.
I still don't like any of those kids.
Oh, I don't like them either.
I feel like we're giving them too much attention. They've had enough.
But it's the right kind of attention when, they are victims of their own stupidity. I mean, isn't that a good thing?
Yeah, fair.
Joan,
fair.
what say you?
I love this story.
Okay, very well.
And I hate your indifference, Chris.
Whatever.
Yeah, what is wrong with you? And
Yeah.
you call yourself a conservative.
What's wrong with you? Good story.
I know. I don't know. People are losers. I just don't want to waste my time on them.
They are losers.
They are.
All right, moving right along. You want to set this up? Chris
Yes.
brought a couple of stories.
Did you see the new statue in Times Square? It is stunning and brave.
Have you seen this, Joan?
I have.
It's what is it like a 10? It's a 10-foot tall, overweight African American lady.
Yes. Yeah, and it's right there in the middle of Times Square, and it's kind of funny because nobody knows what the point is, and this is part of what people had to say.
The plus-size woman, I'm a plus-size man, I'm African-American, it's the African-American woman statue. So just seeing another piece for me to stop and just have a moment with was very powerful.
Me being a plus-size black woman, I kind of looking at it was like, oh, I wonder what me as a small child would have thought looking at something like that. Representation.
The piece is part of a series called Grounded in the Stars, which Gene Cooney, director of Times Square Art, says confronts preconceived notions of identity and representation.
Can I ask a question? So when does the statue go up of short, white, bald guys?
And I was just thinking to myself, 10-foot tall, overweight black women are very underrepresented.
Yes, they are. That is so funny.
Stunning and brave. Why would why?
It spews political correctness and virtue signaling and the rest of that nonsense.
And I don't know how, and I don't have any evidence to back this up, but I'm pretty positive that somehow our taxpayer dollars were used to fund this.
Yeah.
Well, the funny thing, too, is that they found, in your audio, they found like the 2 or 3 people that got it, but then they've got this entire, I didn't do it either because I just, whatever, but they've got a montage of like 20 or 30 people that have no clue as to what this is. They're looking at the statue and they're like, do you know who it kind of looks like?
Who does it look like?
Joan, have you seen the actual statue?
No.
Will you go look at the statue?
Is it a Lizzo
No.
ringer? No.
It's a Lizzo ringer.
I couldn't pick Lizzo out of a lineup. I think she's the big one, though. But
she's the big one on a private
Chances
jet.
are.
So, no, it looks a little like Tish James.
Oh,
Letitia.
But I could be wrong. But I mean, that's when I looked at it, I thought that's what it was.
I didn't notice the statue having cross eyes.
Does she have cross eyes?
Oh, yeah.
Tish James does?
Yeah.
Letitia James?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
She's always looking in two different directions.
It's not, yeah. She has offset eyes. I wouldn't call them cross eyes.
Is that a joke? Are you, okay, I thought.
One's looking out one side. Yeah.
Really?
She has a very good view of the room. You know what I mean? Like her field of vision. It's advanced. It's advanced.
I don't know if I want to go down this road.
Why? Why?
Do you ever, like, when you see someone like that, do you try to figure out which eye to look at?
Yes, everybody does.
Okay, so it's not just me.
No, it's not just you.
Like,
It's
I'm like,
not
what
that,
am I supposed to do here?
The worst is when, and I apologize if you deal with this, but when one of the eyes, like, you got two locked in on you, and then one starts to drift, and then you're like, okay, is this an eye thing, or am I sort of losing them?
Am I losing the audience?
Am I losing the audience?
Oh my goodness! Whatever. All right, moving right along. So yeah, I don't get the whole thing with the 10 underrepresented,
Guys are awful.
the 10-foot,
10-foot tall, 400-pound black ladies.
Yes,
very underrepresented.
Whatever. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get it at all. But whatever. Listen, if that's what people in New York want their taxpayer dollars,
So I'm getting beat up on the text line.
For what?
Come on, Chris, do better. Making fun of someone for physical things that they cannot control is gross. Sorry. Apologize.
Wow, Chris.
Just speaking facts. Everybody thinks it.
Well, are they making fun of you for talking about the eyes thing or the overweight thing?
Oh.
Like you got to be more specific when you're telling us we've done something wrong or we're insulting people.
Was it the 10-foot tall, overweight black women joke, or was it the am I losing you?
You know what, Chris?
You are out of order.
Sorry. I like
Walleye
that.
Tish James.
I like that. I like that one.
Well, you like you're out of order?
Mm-hmm.
Really? Because some guy wants me fired because he wants me deported to California and he legit wants me fired.
What?
Yeah, because he thinks that I overplay stuff like this. And
You are out of order.
I don't know if I could say that about the super texter.
I think currently you're the best thing in this state to come from California. And when In-N-Out Burger's established, you'll be a solid number 2.
You know, I've actually been called that a lot. A solid number 2.
A solid number 2.
A piece of you know what. Moving right along.
Okay, we don't need to go there.
Got it.
Mom of the show has spoken. All right, what next?
There's a guy in Illinois who's dealing with squatters. And he does what any person would do. You call the police.
Okay.
And then he remembers he's in Illinois.
Sure.
And that the police are going to do nothing to help him.
Right.
So he has to get a bit creative.
All right, here's what happened.
But there was already people inside.
I couldn't believe it. It was like a nightmare.
Velasquez says a woman named Charmaine and her boyfriend Cordero moved in, claiming they recently purchased the property.
Let's be fair.
He says the couple
we don't know that Charmaine and Cordero didn't buy the property.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't provide the evidence that they didn't.
Really know.
Friend Cordero moved in, claiming they recently purchased the property. He says the couple showed police this mortgage document, but Cook County confirms they don't see this mortgage on record. Velasquez's realtor recorded this video as the couple explained to police they had a right to be there.
Y'all bogus right now. I'm listening, bro.
He says police told them under Illinois' current law they couldn't remove anyone.
I said I'm not moving out, and I said at the one point they got to leave. They got to get tired of us being in the property. I called a couple of friends, stay overnight, and I knew they were not going to like that.
So you're telling me that you and your friends came in and moved in with them?
Yes.
Velasquez says he, his wife, and their friends got a few air mattresses and spent the night with the alleged squatters.
We stayed in the living room. We were watching all the time the door. They stayed in one of the bedrooms.
The next morning, he says he realized they were not budging.
They're like, oh, well, we want $8,000.
Velasquez says they negotiated. He had the couple sign a cash for key agreement, and he paid them $4,300 to leave.
Wow. We wouldn't want to give them money, but we heard, really bad stories about squatters taking over properties 6, 8, 10 months.
Oh, yeah. So he gave them $4,000. It's right up there with giving illegal aliens $1,000 to deport.
Yeah.
It's kind of like that.
I can tell you what happened there.
What happened, Joan?
That was a title, one of those issues where somebody it takes your title and usurps it, and they sell.
Oh, the stealing of the titles.
Yep.
Yes.
And they sell a mortgage on it.
That's a
and
thing.
that mortgage is not recorded because it's not real.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I mean it's a common theft, unfortunately. But that's what happened there.
All right. Very good.
Crazy though.
Well, listen, and that's the problem with these. I mean, I've told my story about a squatter. I mean,
Yeah. What is your squatter story? I remember. I thought you had one.
We lived in New York, and we rented out our home in Los Angeles, and she wouldn't get out. We were moving back to Los Angeles, and she stopped paying her rent 6 months before we got back. Then finally, it was time for us to actually move back, and she wouldn't get out of the house. She hadn't paid rent, and it took us 3 months to get this crazy Catwoman out of my house. We had to go through lawyers. We had to go through the sheriff's department. We had to do all of that. And it took, and me and my ex-wife and our 2 very small children at the time, we were living in a Red Roof Inn while this woman would not get out of our house.
So looking back on it, would you have been willing to pay her off $4,000 to leave?
Yeah,
after?
you know what? Absolutely, because we probably paid more than that in lawyer fees and hotel fees and all that kind of stuff. And then just to close the story that some of you have already heard, we finally got her evicted one morning, and she had like 30 cats in the house, and not all of them were alive.
Ugh.
And then there's all kinds of, cat urine and feces.
And that never gets out. It's never going to get out.
It was awful. It was awful. We believe it or not, we did get it out. We painted every room. We had the place, recarpeted and the whole thing. And eventually, we'd have people come over. And the first thing we'd say is, can you just tell us if our house smells?
Yeah, are we nose blind?
Yeah, are we nose blind? And people are like, oh no, it smells
not
fine.
bad.
It's not as bad as you think, right? So anyway, yeah, that's a great story.
I love that guy.
All right, it is 8:52, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN, and Joan Jones got the news at 9. Joan, what's coming up?
Well, we'll tell you what Metro Nashville council members are demanding now from city leaders. And also the first trade deal to be formally announced is coming up at the top of the hour right here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
So Chris tells me, Joan, that jellyfish eat and poop out of the same hole.
It's true.
Is that true?
Science.
Okay. Well, we need to follow the science on WTN.
We always do.
But why do we need to know that right now?
Well, it's because Chad's promo was talking about jellyfish.
Oh, I see.
There you go.
It's topical.
What about starfish?
Ooh. I don't know how many holes they have. I'll Google it.
Moving right along. Chris, what's coming up?
We are going to cover the big press conference happening at the White House with Donald J. Trump and the UK trade announcement. We'll be covering that live. Plus, we have Monica Page, our White House reporter, joining us from the North Lawn at the White House at 10:05.
All right. Thank you. 8:54, Nashville's Morning News. You know, the weather in Middle Tennessee, you never know what's going to happen. It can get crazy, which is why you need a backup home standby generator from my friends at the Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer. Get a free quote and get peace of mind when you have one installed. The Generator Supercenter does feature expert installation, 24-hour monitoring as well. So if your neighborhood goes dark, your lights and your power is going to be on. They're not going to leave you in the dark. Financing is available at GeneratorSuperCenterofNashville.com, 615-879-1952, 615-879-1952. Yes. Yeah. All right, Joan.
Yes.
We've got breaking news.
Uh-oh.
Chris?
All right, so we were talking about jellyfish.
Yes.
Pooping and eating same hole.
Yeah.
And then you mentioned starfish.
Yes.
Most starfish have 2 holes.
Most?
There is an exception.
Okay.
Paxillicida, that starfish, 1 hole.
Now, are they considered the better starfish because they only have 1 hole, or are you like the privileged class if you have 2 holes?
I would think that you are less lucky if you have 1 hole.
I would think so, too.
Here's the other thing I find interesting. This research paper I found said that it lacks an anus, but uses the mouth for both eating and waste expulsion. My question is, how do we know that it lacks an anus and doesn't lack a mouth?
And do birds really exist?
These are questions that keep me up
You
at night, Dan.
guys, honestly.
Hey, Joan, somebody said you can become a notary and officiate Nikki and Mike's wedding.
Oh, there you go.
That's all you got to do, Joan. Become a notary.
I'm Joan Jones, and
Aspirations.
this is your wedding.